Good evening, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Hopefully you're doing well. Um, so today's going to be an interesting stream. We're supposed to be building in Los Mulligans, but update day, lots of issues. No, I'm not going to build on Alba. I need to review all of the Alba submissions, which is my plan for tomorrow and the day after. My title has a misspelling. Let's build the city that got my. Thank you. Okay. On the fly. Got me. Fixed it. Thank you. So fix that. So we're gonna be building. I've actually been working on a map for a little while now, and I've been really excited to test it out to see how it works, even though Lost Mulligans is working again. Road Builder needs an update. I thought we got a Road Builder update. From what I can see, everything. So moments ago, I got Magnolia County running again. So for me, that's kind of the like fully working. That's kind of for me, the measurement of whether things are working or not. How am I doing? Hold on. I'm doing well. We haven't done something in a while. Where's everyone tuning in from? Geopolitics in the chat? I don't want any of that. Yeah. You and Gary both. Gary, thank you for the gifties. Mage, thank you so much for the Gary, 19 months too. Mage, thank you so much for the biddies, and for 16 months of tier 1. Connecticut, New York, Washington, Birmingham, Alabama, Memphis, Orlando, Calgary, New York City. Unfortunately, that sounds awesome. Long Beach, Quebec, PSL, Florida, Melbourne, Australia. You're omnipresent. Jablonka. Mexico City, Milwaukee, Australia, Eau Claire, Minneapolis, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Utah, Arkansas, Hawaii, Caledonia. My neighbor, just down the road. Pittsburgh, San Francisco, LaPorte, Vancouver, Virginia, Atlanta, Georgia, Cali, Trinidad and Tobago. Wow, awesome. Seattle, Dallas, Quebec, Chicago, all of you. Rio, Brazil. Thank you all so much for being here. We're gonna have a good stream tonight. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lightly modded build, as in like basically almost none. San Luis Obispo. Tuning in from San Martin Obispo. Stockton, California. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate y'all all being here. So basically, what I want to do is we're going to work on this map that I've been working on for a while. Here's the thing. It's not totally done. I have plans. For a video that I'm going to do on this map. And it's going to be a good video, but I just want to experience it. The thing is, with the mod issues, I was not able to add trees to the map that are adult size. So when I start, basically I've gone through and I've already created a new game, and it's custom map. There's a whole bunch in here. So that was easy mode. I just wanted to start on this map. So we're going to load this, but just know like all the trees aren't actually there, and the map is not released. So this will be released at some point. I'll show you around. I kind of peppered some trees in to make it look good. That's not exactly done yet. Anyway, this is the map. This is Merrill, Wisconsin. Merrill, Wisconsin is where I was born. I have family there still. It's a small town, smack dab, north central part of the state. This is the Wisconsin River that goes through there. There are a number of dams. Here is the Prairie River. And it's fairly flat looking, but there's actually a lot of hills. As we go through, you'll see little ridges and stuff like that. The only mods that I have in this set are Move It, Better Bulldozer, Anarchy, some of the toggling overlays and things like that. And then Find It, mostly because I want to be able to use the picker, but I don't have Plop the Growables or any of those other mods that really change the gameplay. And I've also added in Image Overlay because I do want to go through and take the actual roadway network from the community and try to recreate it. Now, this is kind of blinding, but I have a few different versions of the map in here. So we can toggle through these and draw the actual roadway network onto the city. And then my goal, you know, ever since I started playing City Builders, my goal, let me rewind it. As a kid, the reason I liked City Builders is I wanted to rebuild this city. And I wanted to make it better. Because at one point as a kid, I found out that there was a tram that used to loop through the town. And they ripped out the tracks. And when I found out that that was a part of the history of this community, it just made me really curious, because in this town, it's where I had my first experience on the bus riding the Merrill go round, which was a bus that had a route deviation. I always thought of it as the underdog. I wondered what you could do to make it better. Well, I have the opportunity. We have a game that allows us to overlay this right on top of here and recreate the city and then try to make it better. So that's what I'd like to do. I need a black background. Maybe. Oh, Seabird, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Gabe, thank you for the Prime. Steve Wisco, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Vainglorious. Brandon, thank you for the gifted subs. You definitely need to do that. Gary, thank you again. Thank you for including you in the build challenge. The submissions are amazing. They are. I have not gone through the level of detail that you have. I am very appreciative of you being in it. Both you and Brandon, Gary, like, very much means a lot to me. Crazy Mage, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the biddies. Vast Deference, thank you so much for the Prime. Vainglorious, thank you for the 19 months. You give 19 months despite that song. I apologize. Jay Chicken, thank you for the Prime. Did I make the map? I did. Yeah, I've been working on this. People wonder like what I do like in the game in my spare time. I've been building this map. Like for me, making this map has been kind of just a labor of love and something that's been a lot of fun for me to do. So yeah, good old Merrill, Wisconsin, only 1.5 hours away. Yeah, I was born right here at it was called Holy Cross Hospital back in the day. So this is where I was born way back in the day. One of the interesting things, I don't know how we're going to be able to do it. One of the most prominent things in the community to me is that there's a dam right here. And I don't know how we're able to do that. I remember walking up on this bridge and just like looking at the dam and just like admiring it. And let me see. See if it's even possible. I could throw roundabouts in. I should throw some roundabouts. I mean, they've thrown roundabouts in. I think everyone complained about them when they got thrown in. So for reference, I'm here. This is Madison. Merrill is right here. So it's fairly far north in the state. So I mentioned the dam. That's another thing. The courthouse is like on everything. There's nothing I can do about that. But this is the thing that I'm the most curious about actually being able to create. And it's one of the things that I'm going to foolishly take on today. I don't know if the river actually has enough flow, but I feel like it's prominent enough. We're going to basically start from this area and work our way out. Is Merrill in Superior? No, Merrill would still be in Wisconsin. Hydropower, that's the good stuff. There's lots of hydropower in Merrill. There's hydroelectric dams all up and down the river. The other thing that I didn't add in that I need to add in is the railroad tracks, because those go along the river. Didn't get to adding those. You can see that they kind of branch out. I think this is a trail now. So that's a rail to trail project. But this still cuts through town, heads up, and it feeds. There's a lot, like, one of the interesting things that I want to see how the game handles is in the middle of town, there are factories. like just all over the place. Growing up, I lived, here's Grand Avenue. I lived losing my spot, losing my my perspective. Hold on. Honey Market's right there. There's Merrill Manufacturing. There's where I went to elementary school, and my house was right over here. So I like these areas like are very familiar to me, and you can see that there are just factories right in the middle of them. And I've talked before about the green bean canning factory. My mom lived on the other side of the river, and here is the canning factory. So, you know, like these are or right there is rather, and my house is right there. So I want to see, like, will the city collapse? We're gonna zone things in and try it out. We'll see. Bro's doxing himself. If you want to figure out where I lived 30 years ago, yeah, good luck. It's not gonna be very useful. Doxing my childhood self, indeed. But before we start building, gotta share something. I grabbed a random beer today. It's called Summer Vice. This is from Raised Grain Brewing Company, which I believe is in Waukesha. It's a Hefeweizen, and I think it's going to be very good. Non-polluting industry. I have nothing that I can do. I don't have that mod in there. The travelers know where to find me. That's true. That's true. I better watch out. I'll be taken out. I'll never end up here today because you guys will take me out 30 years ago. Looks fantastic. I've never had it before, but I'm going to. And give me 1 second. I should do a rail to trail project in Magnolia County. I should. We're gonna have to call a mulligan on a mulligan to make it happen. There's actually a spot. There's gonna be another B episode. Brandon knows this very well. I told Brandon that I was gonna build something in Bailey, and I never did it. And then someone else asked me. There was a rail when I moved the rail that was going out to. There was like a temporary spot, or not temporary. The spot basically, I took the rail depot and I moved it, and then I moved it back. There was a rail track that went through what could be a really nice park, and I think I need to add that back and turn that into a Rails the Trail project. Guys, thank you for the hype train. We reached level 8. That's absolutely crazy. Decent fishing on that lake too. I think it will be. The funny thing is, we can actually see where the fishing is good, and I'm curious. Now we can't do anything with the fish. How is fishing in this community? Bad. Apparently. Oh wait. Is that? There is fish. All up and down the river. That's sick. That's actually pretty cool. Now, I can't do anything with it yet. Don't know when we're going to be able to, but there's fish. Ever come up to Hardy? No. Where's that? Do I still work as an urban planner? No, not anymore. I've talked about that a couple of times. Basically, being an urban planner, you're a public figure, and being a streamer and YouTuber, you're also a public figure. They conflict, and I didn't really anticipate that. So yeah. Glass. First time watching live. Oh, I'm believing that I'm showing you this. I was not showing you this. Glass. That I'm not very good at this, bluntly, being a streamer. So I thought I was showing you that there are actually fish in the water. I was not. I will have audio issues. The stream will crash. Although I think I might have solved that. So yeah, what am I drinking? I'm drinking a Hefeweizen, Summer Vice, by Raised Grain. Have I been to Eagle River? I mean, I used to live in Rhinelander. I graduated from Rhinelander High School. So yes, I have spent a lot of time in Eagle River. To begin, I am going to try to find the best. Like, that's completely unusable. I think this one might actually be it. The trees are not helpful, but I can also adjust this a little bit. Ooh. That actually might be the play right there. You see that? We'll adjust the transparency of this one. I can see now. It's not perfect, but it's doable. Thanks for choosing us over my career. Here's the funny thing about my career, though. One of the things, and if you're a planner, you can attest to this. It can be very frustrating being an advocate for good planning, but not a decision maker. So there's going to be some point where I feel like I'm far enough removed from my time at the city that I can actually do something. Run for city council or go join a board or committee. Right now, I just feel like it's a little too fresh. Okay, it's just not the right time. But there will be that point. So, my career is gonna change, basically. It'll just be a little different. And that's fine. You can't hear the music. It's definitely not the goal. There we go. There we go. UI noises are very loud. There. I don't know. I'm very good at this. Very good at this. How's that? Better? CPP for the chairman of Merrill. Have I been to Eagle River? Yeah, I've been to Eagle River many times. I would never want to be the mayor. For instance, in Madison, the mayor is. So first of all, I don't know if you got how familiar you guys are with this, so I could talk a little bit about this. But the mayor is different in different cities. Say game. Thank you for the gifties and the 12 months, dude. Thank you so much. Please run. People like you would make a difference. Well, that would be the goal. But so for mayors are different. Some cities you have a weak mayor, and basically if you have a weak mayor, they're basically a tie-breaking vote. Whenever there are issues, they are kind of the official mascot of the city, but they don't have a lot of power. Those sorts of cities have a city administrator, and that's where the power actually lies. They're hired by the council. And then there's strong mayor. Strong mayor is basically the CEO of the city. They have a lot of power. And Madison is strong mayor. So the good of that is that if you're the mayor, oh crap, I don't have highways unlocked. I just deleted them. Perfect. We're off to a banging start. The cool part of that is the mayor has a lot of power. The bad part is the mayor gets a lot of blame, and rightfully so. This is the image overlay. So to back up, if you guys are unaware of this mod, this is an Algernon mod. I believe Algernon mod, and it basically allows you to take any image and overlay it over the top of this. So I used terraining to build this map, and at the same time that I exported the height map information, I also exported the actual map. So it's a perfect overlay. And the reason I have as many different views as I do is on terraining, you're able to download the actual aerial photography along with really anything. So you can use this to trace roads, or you can use it to recreate a park from a different place and move it into your city. You have the ability to move this around if you want to. So very good mod. The mayor of your town stole $300,000 from the city. I mean, the IT department of one of the cities that I worked for, not the IT department, the IT guy stole, he was eBaying equipment. The FBI came, and it was just before I got there. And like, because it was so scandalous, no one talked about it until quite some time. I'd been there for quite some time. They were like, you hear the story of the IT guy when we got raided? And it's like, what? But he was basically ordering equipment and just eBaying it off. And because he was in charge of purchasing, it went on for a long time. No one noticed. But when they did, man, they noticed. I don't think I think he's probably still gone. Can we meteor it? No. We cannot meteor it. There's no way to do that. Gotta love government scandals. I mean, that's next level. That's next level. I don't even know. I mean, it's a special kind of scandal right there. Thankfully, I never saw anything like that while I was in office. Like, not in office, but in my role. Most you ever stole was a notepad that you used for D&D. Ooh, you are a very, that's very nefarious. Just so you know, now you're getting blasted. Now your employer will know. Oh, it's not. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. First time being here for a live. Have I seen the Transport Fever 3 announcement trailer? You're currently fixated on Transport Fever 2 as your main city builder. I did see it. I am very interested in Transport Fever 2. I'm very interested in Tropico 7. I'm very interested in Anno. Basically, from my perspective, every game like that I didn't get to start in the beginning of, I can't wait to start in the beginning. So Transport Fever 3, as long as the game is good, has a home on this channel. And we're going to play it right away. Same thing with Anno, same thing with Tropico. But very, very, very much like to be able to feature those on the channel and kind of mix things up a little bit. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. It's a different kind of game though, you know? Can we talk about something important? That 38 years later, we're finally getting a sequel to the world always wanted. Spaceballs 2? I never played Spaceballs 1. I don't know. I'm gonna disappoint you. Is it good? Do I need to do it? I guess I'd have been 1 at the time of the original. Seriously. Any chance of going back to workers and resources? There is for sure a chance. I actually almost, so for anyone who doesn't know, who just jumped in and didn't see the Discord message, I actually had a message asking people what they wanted me to play tonight, because I didn't think I was going to get the city working. And I didn't include workers and resources on the list, specifically because I felt like every other game I could jump in and play casually, but I definitely couldn't do that with workers and resources. That's a game you've got to really sink into it. And I do feel like I have not given that game enough time. I'll put it that way. I feel like I need to do a better job and play it more. I just didn't think that today was it. Yeah, at some point I will. I did get the DLC from Hooded Horse with I don't know if it's out yet. So I'm not gonna say I've gotten DLCs from Hooded Horse, so I'm definitely very interested. Do I play Counter-Strike, or did I at one point? I have been meaning to play Counter-Strike forever. I have it on my, I have Counter-Strike installed on this computer, and I update it routinely. I do not actually play it. I like to, it's one of, you know, AT&T gives me unlimited bandwidth with my fiber. So I've decided to really take advantage of that by just updating games that I don't actually play. Wait, I can actually overlay an actual map? I can absolutely do that. I can absolutely do that. Jake State Farm, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm a Rhino, thank you for the Prime. Earth Angel, thank you for the 19 months. That's wild. Hey Guy Bud, thank you for the 11 months. I have not jumped in your stream recently. I want to ask you about your little bot. Just Pink, thank you for the Prime. The Divine Saroon, thank you so much for the Prime. Blitz, thank you for the Prime. Jack, thank you for the Prime. Bueno Churro, thank you for the biddies. Your daughter turns 1 year old tomorrow. Any tips on staying sane during the party? I could tell you how we would do it in Wisconsin. You have a 1 year old. Your 1 year old's not going to care if the adults have a beer. That's my advice. Don't necessarily have a beer. You got to keep it classy. Why don't you have, have mimosas or something? You know, like, think about it. Little champagne in the morning never hurt anybody. You'll have a good time. You haven't streamed in a while. I thought you haven't. I look, and I have not been in one of your streams in a while. Jake from State Farm, thank you for the Jake State Farm. Thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. It's very generous of you. M Brew, thank you for the Prime. Like, seriously, you guys are insane. Appreciate it. Phil, stop sounding like a functioning alcoholic. I'm sounding like a functional Wisconsinite. I think that for basically every party in Wisconsin, there's a reason to have a drink. Totally brushed over Spaceballs. I did. Talk to me about Spaceballs. Tell me about Spaceballs. What am I missing out on Spaceballs? Do you want me to look up Spaceballs? Maybe I have played Spaceballs. I'm interested. Good morning from Germany. Good morning. Hopefully you're doing well. Hold on. Oh wait, it's not a game, it's a movie. I'm an idiot. I'm amazing. Wow, I'm disappointing so many of you right now. Well, I tell you what, because I'm such a disappointment right now, where can I watch Spaceballs? I have Max. I will watch Spaceballs on Max this weekend. That is my pledge to chat, and I will tell you guys my thoughts. I'm a Wisconsin teetotaler. I am. Listen, I grew up in a small town. I should have a movie night in the server. Oh man, if I had time, I would. So what is the Schwartz Awakens? That's okay. I will watch the trailer after I watch that. I will be a Spaceballs convert. Well, I promise. Have I been working out? I've been going for walks. My wife has asked me to start lifting with her. So that is something that we're going to be starting doing. Because she has been very insistent. So I will definitely do that. We need a movie night, please. I don't know if I could commit it to it right now. Well, let me think about it. I say that mostly because it's summer and the time is limited. I feel like, I don't know about you guys. We've got like 3 months of good weather and everyone books every last waking moment. So once it's cold out, I could definitely do it. But in the summertime, it's hard. It's very, very hard. City planner lifts things up and puts them down. You're gonna make some tea, Macarena. See ya. You guys. You Arizonans are in all day. Listen, I get that. So you guys can't go outside in the summer. We can go outside in the winter. It's just not very pleasant. And I'm not really a winter guy. I have a daughter. One of my daughters, she's not a summer person. Like I have no fear that she is going to move to California like I did, or Arizona. She absolutely despises hot weather. But for me, it's my prime time. I gotta take advantage. As an Arizona native, you want to be inside all day. Arizona's so pretty. I love Arizona. I love the heat. I love the dry heat. Good evening. Just got home from Paul's Club and the night market. We enjoyed that. Come back to read this chat after watching. I will do that. I'll get it then. Big Laura, if it's over 72, it's too hot. You would have hated today. Wait, it's probably way warmer for you. It was, I think we got to 80 something today. So yeah, very hot. At least where it's humid, which it was definitely humid. No one loves 114 degrees, dude. No one loves 114 degrees. But when I lived in Denver, I had no problem, zero problem with, let's say for instance, 103 degrees and no humidity. I have no problem with that. I'm fine with that. That is, you might not believe me when I say that I think that that's lovely, but I believe that that is lovely weather. I love it. Gladly take that. Zay, March through May, September through November, the Georgia dream. The problem with Georgia, the only problem I have with Georgia, because I went there during that time. I've been there multiple times during that time. My problem with Georgia is those flies. I didn't know that they exist. Now that I do, man, I will go anytime you guys don't have sandflies. Those things are brutal. Absolutely brutal. You're in Loveland, Colorado, and it's been raining the past month. And that area. So Loveland, did Loveland get hit really bad when Boulder did? That was rough years ago at this point. Same in Fort Collins. Such a great area. Georgia fire ants aren't a joke either. I feel like we saw the ants, but the ants basically, I know to stay away from ants. The flies just seem like they were just very minor, and then they weren't. So for anyone who's just joining, what I'm doing right now is tracing the city. I can turn this off and you can see that I'm actually drawing out a variety of roads. I'm going to probably draw a fair number of these in because I can. It doesn't really cost very much money. The one thing, this right here, probably need just a quick refresher. I believe that is a one-way couplet, 2 lanes. So it looks, it's technically an arterial couplet, and then it comes together right here, and then it drops down from 2 lanes in each direction. You can like whip a UE right here, and then it's we've got a suicide lane, and then a roundabout. So this, man, I still have a horror story. I remember as a kid coming up here, and you go past the courthouse and the police station, which is now just a gigantic jail that was not there when I was a kid. And our car died in the middle of this. And it wasn't a roundabout then, it was a signalized intersection. And I remember seeing people from class being horrified. Oh, look at that. It's just like it used to be. This is how I remember it. We got stuck right here. Miserable spot. Very, very sad spot to be stuck. How vanilla is this going to be? It is going to be, I'm not, basically for me, vanilla is, I'm not going to deconstruct assets or use plop the growables. So I'm going to be zoning in 100% of the buildings here. We're just going to see what spawns and try our best to make it look nice. I care a lot less about the aesthetics of this community. I want it to look nice. But what I really want is I want to mimic the land use pattern and see how it functions, and then add some things to it and see if I can make it look good. The one thing that I'm a little sad about not being able to do is going to be all the parking, because there's like this is like clearly like this is the way parking is for a factory. Like they're going to do it as cheaply as they can, you know, or a store. I believe this is County Market right here. So you just, you know, you don't necessarily have just a rectangular lot. Oh, a suicide lane. Yeah, that is, sorry. Suicide lane is a crude name for a road that has that 2-way left-hand turn lane. Whoops, didn't mean to go in the parking lot of the grocery store. But yeah, generally, because you're taking, the reason they say that is because you're taking your life into your own hands when you use it. So I could show you what one looks like. So this right here would be considered a suicide lane. So you could just see, you could drive into an opposing car. That's the reason it's called that. This is absolute overkill here, but even worse would be having 4 lanes. So yeah, this is what the town looks like. Now, one of the sad things is I would also have loved to have advanced road tools because of this. I mean, I feel like this is like the retaining wall stuff that Skylines really excels at. And you can see in Merrill, this is not just like a thing that like is theoretical. Like they've done all the retaining walls to have a nice flat parking lot back here. And I don't know how easy it's going to be to do that, but we're going to give it a shot. So yeah, we'll see. I think you guys can already see the kinds of buildings that we're going to be using. So as far as the region packs go, I have the 2 USA region packs and the UK, because I feel like the UK region pack will be really good for creating downtowns and having duplexes and things of that nature. You hate those so much? Lacrosse has many of those. Yeah, they're not good. They're not very. They're a way to add capacity. I don't love them. I think that I think it's a way of taking existing right of way and doing the best with what you have. And that's ultimately what they're doing. Instead of having 4 lanes, you'll have 3, and you won't have really wide lanes. You can narrow it up. I'm gone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm alive. No issues? Okay. Guys freaked me out for a second there. Listen, Master Plant Music had issues today. I don't know if anyone noticed that. Basically, YouTube, can you guys see me? I'm seeing a whole lot of Twitch people saying that you can see me. YouTube is fine. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate that. Bugged out for a second. Okay. Yeah, YouTube had an outage because of Cloudflare. So I wasn't sure if that was another issue. Was it a Twitch problem? YouTube's fine? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you know, I guess to that I say, I don't know if this is going to work. Share. You can see the ads. What a time to be alive. I wonder, the ad thing is still in the wrong spot. I don't know where it is either. At some point I'll fix that. Put it in the right spot. Anyway. I had no audio on Masterplay Music today. Yeah, so after doing some troubleshooting, I believe that the reason that Master Plan Music stopped working is I forgot to hit repeat in the playlist, and it took days to make its way through the entire playlist. But once we did it, then it was gone. And the courthouse is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Pour one out for the admins at Cloudflare. I feel terrible for them. You know that they had the worst day. Like, I can't even imagine the amount of stress. Downage Detector had like every single website down. You know? So for me, I was trying to log into Spotify. Couldn't do it. I was trying to log into the Amuse widget, the one that we use here for music. And that is what I used to log into Spotify, and I to pull it up, I could not do it. So everything was broken. And I know it was just a microcosm. So that's why that's not up. Your school was out? Was it the end of the school year? You work at Salesforce, everything was broken like a day or two ago? Really? It's crazy. You couldn't modify any data or query anything? Wild. Google Meet was showing 504 errors around 1:30. So it's funny. I was supposed to have a meeting with my partner rep around that time, and kind of like spontaneously rescheduled the meeting. And I was like, oh, that's weird. This gave me a very sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do it. And I wonder if that was part of it. And I was trying to get in, and it was giving me all sorts of issues, but that I didn't realize what was going on. Yes, the internet borked everywhere. Cloudflare, it makes you realize just how important Cloudflare is. And what I think that is strange about that, or maybe interesting, is if you are a bad actor, you now know just how simple it is to basically wreck everything. Doesn't take much. All you need is to take down Cloudflare, and you're good. You're good. You've done it. So that kind of scares me. You're talking about what you do now, Crazy Mage? Did you have a bad day? Or were you just kind of the mindset that there's nothing I can do besides be patient? Me do F1 track build. I will never do an F1 track build because I'm not an F1 fan, and I will never be able to do as well as Picana did. I would be much more likely to have a guest builder build one of those in Magnolia County than take it on myself. I just feel like there are certain things like that. There are going to be things I build that I am not necessarily well versed in, but F1 is not one of those. Mostly, if you want to be mad at anyone, be mad at Picana for doing such a great job. I'm intimidated. I'll never do it. Twitch is extremely laggy for you. I'll look. I think that might be a. I hate to say it, but I think that might be a you thing. I've dropped 0 frames. I should do it for aesthetics. Can I do a city builder itself? Picana did an amazing job. Yeah, not only did Picana create an F1 track, but Picana took aspects of different F1 tracks, knew the rationale for why they were designed the way that they were, and combined them into a new, unique track using image overlay. I mean, that is like a level, like if you want to see that build, I mean, I don't want to be this guy, but Picana just effing nailed it. Like, you don't need to watch me do this. You don't need to watch me make a janky version of it. I mean, like, Picana did the best job I think that any creator is going to do with it. Like, every now and then you see one of those builds that just makes you go, wow, that's art. And that build was art. I could never do that well. And I think that I should stay in my lane, which I didn't mean for the pun, but I'm not mad about it. How about a military build? Military base? I'd be more into that. Like, at least I see those on the regular. So I like that, to me would be much more like, I'm not a military. I have military members in my family. I've not joined myself, but to me that would be a much more comfortable build. I feel like I could pull that off. You did plenty of those recently, military bases. I thought that Infra did a great job at that too. Recently. This is the map overlay mod. Military build, UG grid after grid. Not necessarily, but probably. Would I be interested in making a real life train yard in our city? We are going to be building. Well, it's funny. In this particular build, I actually don't know if there is a yard. Right here, I guess. Right downtown. So yeah. So let's get that point of reference in. I showed you guys this road right here that had the this is the key walls. Let's go ahead. This is where the roundabout is. I'm gonna get this in place, and then the rail is actually right here. So this bridge will actually go up and over, and then the dam's right here. So let's get this one in. And we're shifting a little bit, just so you guys know, whenever I use image overlay, as much as I would like this to be 1,000% accurate, I know that I'm gonna zone. So I care much more about my grid being as not broken as possible. So as a result, if things shift over a little bit, I'm gonna forgive that. I think that that's okay. Definitely stinks that it's not 100%, but I'd rather it not be, and get zoning to look appropriate. And I don't have a big roundabout, and I don't have anything unlocked. So I'll just put a small one in. So we know that we have to make this a bigger one. Brew of choice tonight. This is a Summer Vice by Raised Grain Brewing in Waukesha. It's a Hefeweizen. It's very good. I should have a firefighter training college, considering my past. I mean, I also added every tree. So probably should. Probably should. I mean, they didn't design Merrill to perfectly conform to the city skyline zoning grid. You know, I talked to the founders back when it used to be called the town of Jenny. I don't know why it renamed itself. But when it was the town of Jenny about 200 years ago, I definitely spoke with the founders and I said, guys, this grid, it's just going to be a little bit rough in City Skylines too. If we could tighten it up a bit, guys, if we could just tighten it up a little bit, it'd be a lot easier for me to recreate this. You would love to do this for your small town, but the Google Earth imagery hasn't been updated since 2017. Listen, this isn't Google Earth. This is Mapbox. So, I'd say give it a shot. And even at that, being a little bit old, this is a point of reference. Like, I don't know that the roundabout's actually here. It's helpful, but we're going to take some liberties, and that's completely fine. It's okay to freestyle. All this is a bit of help. All it is a bit of help. We can get 90% of the way there with this, and then we're going to take the rest home ourselves. I feel like that's what you have to do. Count a Jenny's City Hall phone number. I think that if you want to call them and let them know. You should try. You should. There's no reason not to. There's no reason not to. Worst case, it doesn't work. Best case, you're pleasantly surprised. And Mapbox imagery is usually pretty good. The other thing that you can do, just remember, you don't have to use Google Earth. Your county often has really good imagery. I wonder. I just want to see. This is Merrill, as you can see the courthouse right there. I want to see if their imagery here is better than Google, and it very well might be. So if you are looking to do this yourself, looking at local sources, looking these up, just looking up like the county GIS data or the city GIS data. Oh boy. If I can get this, and if it does work, I could show you how I would do this. Oh, brutal. I'm gonna try one more time to refresh it. I agree to the terms. Maybe I didn't agree. There it is. I had to agree to the terms. So they have what appears to be better data, because they probably paid a pilot to fly over and take imagery, and they will do it in the fall so that you can see everything. Which is generally going to be Google, better than what Google has. Google doesn't want it to look ugly. Yeah, it's brutally slow right now. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's part of the Cloudflare stuff. One of your map sites in Sweden even shows parcels. Yeah, you can find out a ton of information on these local sites. A lot of them, at least in the US, are using Esri. It's a pretty common software around the world. I wouldn't be surprised if you're in Europe, they're using the exact same software. Side note, new music from 21 Pilots. Take a listen. Oh, I will. I like 21 Pilots. I will definitely do that. Yeah. Anyway, the one thing I was considering doing, if it would have worked, but I just don't think it's going to, is I could have just grabbed a PNG of this, dropped it in the image overlay folder, and then loaded it in. And then I could have overlaid that on what we're working on. I didn't even consider doing that, but that is another option. You have the ability to scale it and change it. Yeah, it's just not going to work. And with how honestly spectacular the internet's been today. It's not worth it. Big fan from Brazil. Marcos, thank you so much for being here. Some countries are much better than others at exporting the maps. And exporting the maps can be hit or miss. Some counties, yeah. It's my biggest issue, at least here in the US, with map data that's available from counties and whatnot, is oftentimes communities will look at it as a revenue driver. They're moving away from that. But Madison even did that at one point, where if you wanted GIS data, you had to pay for it. And to me, that's wrong for a variety of reasons. It's such useful data. I feel like as a citizen, being able to look at that and figure out where your property line is if you're putting in a fence is just very valuable. And as a taxpayer, you're already paying for the data. So having to pay for it again just always rubbed me the wrong way. But yeah, you're from Merrill too, Lee. Well, we are depending on the year, we might have been running around playing at the park together at the pool. Yours costs money to see. Is that normal? Unfortunately, yes. It's becoming less normal, but it was very normal at one point in time. I am sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but there is another way that you could get it. You could open records request them. They'll hate that. But you could. But I mean, I don't know that it's worth it for this. But I was a big proponent of open data. And I think that ethos was really drilled into me in Denver. Denver has had through Dr. Cog, which is their MPO, kind of this ethos of the data belongs to everybody, so we should just share it. So as a college student, grad school student, I was able to work on like really high quality data, the same data that planners are using, and learn from that. Invaluable. You're always able to do it for you. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Freedom of Information Act. You can. The worst they could say with any of that is you have to pay for the cost of making a CD, or you have to pay for printing or something like that. But I think it's absolutely insane that to expect you to pay for GIS data that you have already paid for. If you are a taxpayer, if you live in the community, whether you're a renter or a homeowner, you've paid for it already. So it's certainly not right, in my opinion. And I am struggling to see. There are clouds on that one. I think this one right here, though it makes my eyes bleed as well, I can actually see what I'm doing. Definitely not want to do a fmhy.net. I don't know what that is. I probably shouldn't be advertising that after I read it. This is a mod? Indeed. They charge ridiculous amount for searching for you and overestimate the number of hours. So, for anyone who doesn't know, FOIA requests for a government employee are absolutely miserable. I've been subjected to many of them. The higher up that I went in government, the more you're subjected to. And the less time you have for them, conveniently. So, it's a reason why, like, when you're a low-level employee, having your email on your phone is probably not a huge deal. But like, as I became, the transportation planner for Madison, not a great idea to have your email on your phone. Bring your laptop home and look on there, because if you get a Freedom of Information Act request, FOIA request, you could be asked to look at your personal devices. You can have it taken away for up to a year. Kind of crazy. But even on your work email, the most intense one I got, they were asking for fairly general terms. And generally, if you were to say like, I want like at that time, I want to say it was during the Walker administration, I was at Wisdot, and they wanted any email messages that included like Walker and, you know, like different things like that. And it's like, well, guys, anytime I get a message from the governor's office, it's going to say the office of Scott Walker, you know, like, so like when you're asking for that kind of a request and it's that general, now you're asking me to basically dump every email that I've ever sent. And that's challenging if you've worked somewhere for a while. And you would think that the IT would be doing it, but it wasn't IT. It was the regular staff. And then we had to, you know, furnish it in a reasonable amount of time, which was generally like a couple of days. So it wasn't necessarily easy. Skylines needs wildlife crossing. Well, we need to build them. We can do that. The problem is Skylines doesn't actually simulate animals doing anything. And on my list of things, that wouldn't be high. I have many things on my list. I started to read off the list in the last video, which I don't know how people feel about that, but I'll be honest, I felt a little bit discouraged, and I just started going through my list of grievances like it was Festivus, and I guess take it as it is. Wildlife crossings are so cool. I agree. Completely agree. What mod lets me use an overlay of this map? Image overlay. It's a brilliant mod, and I'm using terraining to download the map data. And because I made the map, everything lines up perfectly because I used these maps along with the height map data, which is all lined up to create this. So it's 100% perfect. Skylines needs churches. I agree. I'd say in Merrill, the most architecturally significant buildings are the courthouse, obviously, very important building. It's the county seat, so that's, you know, everything happening there. Next would be this building right here. This is Old City Hall. That prison-looking building, that's right next to the new City Hall. It's very ugly. But the old City Hall is right here. It's now an apartment building. And back when I was a kid, my stepmom's brother lived in here, and I got to go look in there. You walk in through these doors, and there's actually the jail still there. It's like an art piece. And there are gigantic lofted apartments. It's so cool. It's a real shame that the building has fallen into disrepair, because when I was a kid, it was completely redone and it was beautiful on the inside. Very architecturally significant building. And then the third most architecturally significant building would be, let's see, right here. A church. That is, you know, like, just reasonably in these communities, you have a lot of buildings that look like, well, this is like a historic paper mill mansion, but a lot of just buildings that look like this, you know, and they're fine. But the architecturally significant stuff is going to be those churches and some of those historic government buildings. So I agree. It's a big miss. It makes it difficult to recreate these places without them. Nice church. I recall, I mean, I used to walk these mean streets as a kid. This right here used to be a grocery store called Drew's Piggly Wiggly. And that's where I would rent my video games. So like I remember walking down this street, and this is back in the day when kids could walk, and you know, there are no cell phones, and I can't believe that my parents let me do it. But I just walk over here, cross a couple arterials and freight routes, and I just go rent Mario from Brews. Yeah, I had to walk on this routinely. It's fine. It's fine. I think walking on these streets and, you know, being forced to walk as a kid is a good thing. I feel like we've gotten too far away from that as a society. I don't know why. I feel it though. Like, I think back and like, I don't know, man. Like, I was allowed to, like, this was 4 lanes when I was a kid, and there was a lot of freight traffic on it. And I would routinely walk up and down this, no problem. Pretty dead right now, though. Your street has a separated pedestrian lane. Yeah, that's a lot better. I mean, that's significantly better. But I look at this and I think there's so much potential. It's just, you know, having, like, actually doing something with it, it's very challenging, especially in communities that have really not had a lot of financial growth. And this is definitely one of those where, like, right here, I remember when there were buildings here, but they burned down when I was a, I don't know, teenager, young preteen. They burned down. There was a card shop I used to go to. So, you know, like that, those sorts of things in these communities, the value isn't there to replace it. It just gets lost. Stinks. Used to walk around lot 2 as a kid. Sharky. Hi, Steve. No periods. It's a mod thing. Main save got corrupted last night. You think it's because of the new update? Your old mod's messing with the new update? I will tell you, just from personal experience. First of all, I'm going to give a shout to Treyjack. I couldn't get into Segunda Beach, and I couldn't figure out why. I was crashing at the most bizarre time. So I was crashing upon resuming simulation. So as soon as I unpaused it, the game would crash. Never seen that happen before. It was the prop lights mod. And Treyjack fixed it right away. You know, I reached out and I was just like, hey, Treyjack, just so you know, I've done some troubleshooting. I've gone through. Cool. I've done some troubleshooting, and here's what I come up with. It's this mod that is problematic. And from what he said to me, basically, it just needed to be recompiled. That happens. Mods break because of that. So you might have a mod that doesn't seem like it should break anything, but it actually is. So I guess I would just say, if you have Skive, just enable and disable things. If you don't have Skive, it's going to be a lot harder. You can go to Paradox Mods, the website, start a new playset, load that in, use that as your active playset, and then load in there. But it's definitely challenging. Lenny, thank you for the gifted subs, dude. Appreciate that. It's super generous of you. I appreciate all the support. Seriously, dude. Harry, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Zach, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Karina, thank you for the 13 months of tier 1. Madura. I promise I didn't lose track of our conversation. I've been swamped. I'll get you a list. Thank you for the 8 months. On the nerdy side, 18 months. Happy 18 months. You're on a bunch of self-hosted services through Cloudflare, but you were working from home, so you didn't need to access any of them remotely. You're lucky. I actually ran into the office to fix master plan music because the kids were home today. Because yesterday was the last day of school. And I was like, all right, kids, in the car, we got to go fix master plan music. And then I couldn't sign into anything. KC. Hey, it's KC again. We're here for the map build. We're here for the map building contest. You know, the aspiring civil engineer. Hey, yes. Hope you're doing well. Finally got CS1 on PC. Well, congratulations. Fun game. Still to this day. You're going to really enjoy it. Hey, you got up at 5 a.m. for this? Well, here's what I will say. I will put you on the screen for that. Ooh, cookies. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. It's a compact grid right there. It actually is. It actually is surprisingly compact. And it looks, I like it. I like it. You can see the story of this city. You can see that it started right here and kind of spread out. This right here, we actually have to convert these. These are the one ways. And this is where the tram was. And it kind of makes sense. And it would have joined right here and gone to the courthouse, most likely. Looks nice, minimal broken grids. So even though I'm talking a whole bunch, I've really been paying attention because I really don't want to deal with broken grids. They're just terrible. Just brutal. And we're about to get into it. I mean, where we have things joining up. I think though, I want to take on the big project. This road right here is actually supposed to be more lanes. So we need to have 4 lanes here. This is an arterial. This one right here is as well. And it does this weird thing. So basically, it comes right here. And then the free flow movement is a right and then a left. And then there's a stop sign here on what is Magnolia Street. And then it turns into the 4 lane. And I can't 100% remember how it lays out. You can kind of see it right here. So you get these lanes, and then you have that free flowing right hand movement, and the actual movement, the main movement through here, is first to Main. Main Street right here is not Main Street. Like this is like a really weird segment where nothing's really happening, and this movement right here is the dominant movement. So, yeah. Again, U.S. roundabouts are always ick. What's wrong with this roundabout? I tell you what, I think that this roundabout is significantly nicer than what was here, which was a very dangerous intersection with signals. And this is a community that absolutely didn't want this. I think it looks fine. I think it looks very nice. And I like that there's some more decorative pavers along the side of the sidewalk, so you get a wider sidewalk. The only things that I would say are ick about this is this. There's always this push and pull between like, do you want the pedestrian crossing right here, or move it back here? So you get a refuge right here, but this is a very uncomfortable spot to wait. I don't know. And I feel like, you know, like this right here, cross, refuge, cross, like not comfortable at all. And this, I will tell you, this has a lot of traffic all the time. Got a Goldilocks roundabout, you know? You got to find the gold. That's the thing about roundabouts. They're all different. None of them are good. Or none of them are good. They are good. I mean, like none of them's gonna be like the perfect roundabout that you just plop in. They're all different. And the geometry can really change them. That's a weird off-center 5-way signaled intersection in your hometown that they've been trying to turn into a roundabout, but people don't want it. The beautiful thing, for as much as I will say, like Wistat can be irritating, and working there wasn't my cup of tea. Wistat has Wistat's very top down. And they will go up to a town like this and they will say, listen, we've run through the data. This is the most unsafe intersection in your county. It's on our road. And as a result, you're getting a roundabout and we're going to build it. We don't really care how you feel about it. This is what we're going to do. They'll go and they'll do public meetings and they'll take the feedback and they'll present the information and basically say, sorry guys, we're not going to put a signalized intersection in here where you're going to have a car accident every week. We're going to throw this roundabout in where instead of having 3 fatalities every 10 years, you're going to have fender benders in the winter, and it's going to be a bummer, as opposed to being a life devastating incident, you know? So they're good about that. A lot of communities, it would be really hard to do this if it weren't WISDOT. RFB at crossings, that's the default. Seems overkill. Depends. So you're talking about an actuated crossing. It would be, it depends on the traffic volumes. I mean, for me, like, there's always data. You know, like, and as much as I hate it to say it, like, this roundabout, the people are fine now. It's not the community killer that people make it out to be. Whenever you have these sorts of changes, you know, there are articles in Rhinelander, for instance, where I went to high school. People were acting like it was going to be the end of the community to add this roundabout in, and it's fine. Change is hard. Human nature is to not like change. Any change, all change is bad, and as a result, people are resistant. I think that the mark of a good public servant and you know, generally a government employee in general is to know when it's worth pushing and to know when you shouldn't. And this is probably a location where someone looked at the numbers and said, this is just very unsafe, and as a result, we must keep pushing. We must get this one right. You're gonna head to bed? Wasabi, have a good night. Foamy, good to see you, buddy. They'll get mad when you get roundabouts, but they always work better. That's the funny thing, you know, like, so a good comparison. So here's this big roundabout. Right here, there's a signal, and I guarantee you end up waiting here to make this left-hand turn arbitrarily way more than you would going through the roundabout. You know, like, this is a bad, I look at the two of these and I think this is bad, that the roundabout's good. Dirty Paws, thank you for being here. Welcome to the stream. Zach, always good to see you, buddy. Supporting since Verde Beach. Just stopping by to show support. Keep it up, CPB. Thank you. I will forever remember seeing you. All the way back in the day. Oh, Murmur, thank you for the Prime. And 99 Sharky, thank you for the Prime. The longer I wait, the more you want to go to Hardee's. I tell you what, for a while, I lived at my grandpa's house. My uncle is not that much older than me, like 14 years maybe. And he worked at the Hardee's, and he would come home and he would smell like French fries. And for a while, I thought it was wonderful. I loved the way that he smelled. And then that French fry smell, you could just like, it's just too much. It's just too much. Check in from New Zealand on the last hour of your workday. Hopefully it's going well. Hopefully all is well in New Zealand. How often do you see a city and just take a hammer and start over? How often do I see a city and just take a hammer and start over? So rarely. You guys are gonna get me lost in Google Maps. So it happens in bigger cities. You know, in Madison, we had the privilege of having enough money. You know, we got a wheel tax, and it's just like the bigger tax base, rising land values, growing city. You could do that. So, you know, going and saying, and we'll see if this is the new version or not. No, West Washington right here is bad. this is not good. We need to redo this. That is something that a city like Madison has the resources to be able to accomplish. Smaller towns, not so much. But even in a city like Madison, where we do have more resources and we can do interesting things, there are a lot of things that here's one in particular that has killed me ever since it happened. There are two personal losses. One is right here. So this right here used to be a bread factory, or no, Swiss Colony rather. It became an Amazon warehouse. And then right here was Metro Transit's East Transfer Point. This has been decommissioned. There's a lot of there's permanent Amazon workers and then the people who do the hourly stuff, which is, I think, gig work. There's a lot of road over here. There was a postal distribution center that's been also decommissioned. As a result, the road looks like this. And it's just, this is a very hostile environment. That's a grocery store over there. Lots of people used to take the bus in here. And then the reason there's all the carts is the road is so terrible. Like, this is not what the grocery store wanted. They were pissed about this. but all these people, they look at this road and they go, I'm not going to carry my groceries across this. I'll take the cart and I'll just leave it right here at the bus transfer point. Lots of discussions about narrowing this up and redoing it and making it a better street. And you can see there's 4 lanes right here. The ultimate solution is what you see on Google right here, on the street, on the overview. Rather than narrowing this up, all we got were bike lanes. And I've talked about my frustration with using bike lanes as a tool to narrow streets because it doesn't actually work. This is not an okay design. This is garbage. You can see that this is a gigantic bike lane, the same width as a vehicular lane. You'll often see cars jumping in here, believing that it's a vehicular travel lane. You'll see people driving way faster than they should. I believe it's marked to be 25, which, you know, like, why would anyone drive 25 on here? It's insane. And there's, from side to side, the pavement. Let's see. Well, let me do meters first because I'm already here. 12.84 meters or 42 feet. So that's wide enough for 4 drive lanes plus, depending on the width. So it's a lot of pavement. Like this could be much smaller. And maybe you can get a sidewalk in there, because that was another concern, is that there's a sidewalk on one side and not the other. That's not ideal, but it just never happened. And that was a financial thing. So yeah, sometimes cities just can't afford to go back to the drawing board, and it's easier to take a bucket of paint out there and do something that's an intermediate step. As the planner, though, I'll tell you what, there's very few things more disappointing. And then the other thing that's disappointing is this trail got built, so now this feels like an important part of the bike network, but it's just like, if you're taking your own life into your hands if you want to bike on this is not a very hospitable environment for cycling. And you can see it just gets worse and worse and worse until you get to a highway. Like, more frustration on this street. I'm sorry. This bridge right here is my personal, like, my biggest personal failure as a planner is this bridge right here. When I worked at the regional planning agency, my agency wrote a letter basically saying that we didn't want to see the highway expanded. And I actually helped gather the data for the highway right here to see the traffic counts by day of the year, and then prioritize based on the heaviest travel days of the year. Oh, guys, Lenny, thank you for the giveaway. Yeah, all the joins. Yeah, the bridge is not good on the map. Anyway, so I looked at all these different days, and the busiest days of the year, for anyone who doesn't know, this is I-39-94. I-39-90-94. They all join right here. So this way, you're going to Milwaukee. This way, you're going to Chicago. And this way, you're going to the Twin Cities. So all of this traffic from all these major cities joins right here. And then it is all on this one road together. And it gets hairy. It gets very, very busy because you have all of this regional traffic that is constant. But the busiest days of the year are the 4th of July, Memorial Day, hunting weekend, Christmas, just before and after. So I pulled the 30 busiest days of the year, and the letter that got written from the data that I pulled is basically, this doesn't benefit the city locally. We are opposed to it because all it's doing is helping people drive through our region. That wasn't entirely true, because as a part of this project, there were supposed to be bridges like these ones rebuilt, and they were supposed to be made wider, and there was supposed to be pedestrian connections added to them. There were supposed to be sound walls added to new neighborhoods. There was supposed to be an interchange built right here. There was supposed to be decorative, bridges that were added that were even more attractive than the ones that are here. So all of that got canned, and we have a bunch of substandard and very awkward interchanges. This one right here, you merge on the left. This was supposed to be fixed, and that data that I pulled ended up being instrumental in the governor saying, you know what, Madison doesn't want the money. We don't want to give it to him. And the money ended up going to Green Bay and Appleton. So that was very disappointing. And the reason why, is less about the interchange and more about this. I see kids walking on this. I had to sit out here and see what was going on here. The bridge is not, it doesn't have enough, it's not rated for enough weight to add sidewalks to it. Because that was my suggestion. Okay, well, how about we pay as the city to have sidewalks on here? Added attached sidewalks, very uncomfortable, but much better than having kids walk on this or cyclists cycle on the side of this. People were getting sideswiped. Ultimately, the solution that got approved for this project sucks. It's you could see that they took the shoulder here, they added a pedestrian marker, and they added some paint here. In the summertime, they add pylons here to show that this is where pedestrians are supposed to go, and they added sharrows to the road. They shifted everything over 5 feet. This is the best solution that, I mean, this is, I actually came up with this solution. It's not good, but it's all that I could get WISDOT to agree to. And I still feel very bad about it. Anyway, it's outrageous. I couldn't get them to rebuild the bridge. And it just shows you how decisions over time end up leading to consequences down the line. Because the original letter that I wrote was probably, at this point, 7 years ago. And I didn't write the letter. I did the data I pulled, the letter that got written from it 7 years ago. And this project occurred probably 2.5. And it was the consequence of that. And I even lamented that at the time. Like, this happened because of data that I pulled 7 years prior and the project getting shelved. It sucked. It just really sucked. Did my best. My heart was in the right place. But you can only do what you can do. Yeah, I mean, that's... So I guess the moral of all of this is, like, can a planner do whatever they want? Like, no, I did my best. I did my job. Bad things happened. It's a better solution than was there 3 years ago. It's still not a very good solution. I hope something better gets done in the future. On the opposite end of the spectrum, there are projects where you end up with you know, a gigantic project like this one right here, the Cap City Trail is going to be extended because of a project I helped work on. You know, like, so you have bad projects and good ones. I helped, someone asked projects that I was proud of. This facility right here, I helped design this. I brought bus service to a suburban community that had never had it. 2 of them I helped with, but this one I was really instrumental in, and I helped design the park and ride with a potential expansion in the future, to the point, like, so this facility right here, it ended up becoming end of the line BRT. And I was so involved in this that I was like ordering, there's a bathroom facility that I helped pick out. I picked out the bike racks that are here. I ordered the shelter, you know, like it was like me calling vendors and asking, and then like making sure that the turning radii into here worked. And I'm not an engineer, but like working with them, and then seeing this become heavily utilized and being the end of the line for BRT and the place where the bus is charged. Super cool. So those are the sorts of projects, like you get these amazing projects, these once in a lifetime. BRT, I was part of the team that sold that to the city council, and then ended up working on getting it implemented and built a park and ride that ended up leading to this community out here getting local bus service. Started out as just a commuter bus and ended up finishing out as local service throughout the community. So yeah, cool projects. Sorry, I started ranting. Anyway, yeah, those are the sorts of things that I've worked on. Lots of fun. Where the heck is your pencil, Medora? I stole it. Your light rail link finally opened a couple weeks ago, and it's already broken. Don't get discouraged. BRT opened in Madison, and the first year was really rough. Really rough. Really, really rough. But last year, we had record high ridership ever. Best year ever. And that is 100% high quality service, dependable service that you can count on. And there's a lot that goes into that. It's not going to happen overnight. So give your city a little bit of time, which I know is hard, easy to say, hard to do, especially if you're depending on the service. What's the name of the City Builder game coming out later this year? Are you talking about City State Metropolis? That's probably the one. That's probably the one you're thinking of. Unless you're talking about Anno, which I'm very excited about a lot of games that are coming out. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be eating good. You beg everyone to check out Town to City. It just got a demo on Steam. I saw that one. Okay. Listen, Jones, comma, ice cream. You have my full attention right now. You love the rant. You totally agree. Appreciate that. You missed the rant? You did. Jones, is it that good? It looks like Minecraft to me, but it looked like the graphics are pretty impressive. Justin, this is image overlay. That's actually what it's called. It's kind of smaller scale Anno, but with really nice voxel aesthetics, really good detailing. Should I make a video? I'll tell you what. Do you want... Should I do a video on town? Is it Town and Country? Let me know. Town to City. I screwed it up. Town to City. That could be a quick one that I could do like quickly. The aesthetics are great and it's so much fun. If it wins the poll, I'll make a video. I will do that. It's a Twitch poll, so sorry YouTube. It'll be a YouTube video, but a Twitch poll. Am I overlaying Madison? No, I'm overlaying Merrill, Wisconsin. It's the town I was born in. Small town. Ooh, it is much closer than I thought it was gonna be. Hounda City is incredible. Uses a lot of similar techniques to Manor Lords. I was using to break into a new breed of city builders with pathing decorations, mechanical bits of running logic. Interesting. Well, I am very much gonna do a video on it. Banglorious contributed 255 channel points. I'm gonna guess you're the reason it jumped up to a yes. Why not a YouTube poll? Because someone on Twitch asked about it. That's why. And YouTube's gonna benefit from it anyway. You guys, listen. I'll give you the next poll. I'll give you the next poll. I love to poll everybody. So, you don't think I can see everybody? I just can't. I can't show everybody because Twitch is gonna yell at me if I do. It's it'd be easy for me to show everybody. Even take me 2 seconds. So yeah, like Faye Bella, I can see you. From my perspective, I can't show it to you, but I can see both chats. They're combined, completely combined. Give you a poll. Steve, what would you like me to poll you about? I don't know what to poll you about. But when the next one comes up, it's YouTube. Q&A with, oh, well, never mind. Can I build pedestrian area in Saguna Beach? Yeah, I plan on it. So I could talk about where I'm going in Saguna Beach if you want to know. The next one I'm going to be recording tomorrow, and it is a bunch of feedback from the YouTube comments and from basically I got a bunch of feedback on Discord in City Hall. And I apologize that I don't spend more time outside of City Hall, but it doesn't get overwhelming. Which I hate to say that. But there's a bunch of feedback in there that I'm going to implement. A lot of decals I want to add. The reason why I didn't get to record today, honestly, is because the decals weren't working. But now they are, and I'm excited to give it a go. So there'll be that, a lot of other small fixes. And then after that, I have been incredibly disappointed in the industrial area in Saguna Beach since we built it. And my goal was to redo it once we have bridges and ports. And that's not the world that we live in now. So as a result, I'm going to take it on now. But after that, maybe. Does my city here have a city hall? My city here only has roads and no people. I've done a great job building a city for no people. What I'm gonna do is add in this bridge across the river, and then we're gonna add in, I want to add it. So first it's going to be the rail. Second will be the bridge across the river. Third is going to be, we're going to build the power plant, and then we'll start zoning. And I'll probably start dropping in, like, all the city services are right here. So we'll build a bunch of those. But I feel like this is such an important part of the city that I've got to get it right. So that's got to be the number one priority. The only problem is the overlay that we have right now doesn't show the track, which is problematic. So I'll need to change that. Poplar. How's it going, buddy? Am I doing a series on this? I will probably have a few streams on this. I will be 1,000% upfront with you. I'll keep it 100,000 right now. I am gonna make a video on this, and this is 100% practice for that video. So I'm being shady right now, and you guys are watching me guinea pig things. That's ultimately what I'm doing. McFuddlebutt, did you have weird stuff happen on Discord today? Your account got limited for a day. You had to reset everything just to log in. Discord was affected by the Cloudflare thing. Discord was one of the things that was impacted. So if you had issues, it was that. It wasn't anything else. It's as much as that sucks. I don't know why I can't see this on the map, but I can see what I have to do. Can I see like how it dips down? So I think that I actually, did I screw this up? Oh no, there that is. So the rail comes right here. And I think that, oh, it is there. So this is the rail to trail project. And then the rail loops this way. So I'm going to start, oh, I can't do the rail yet because I don't have it unlocked. I don't know if I have points to do it. It's going to force me to build things. It's going to force me to build things I don't want to build yet because I don't have any. I guess I got 4 development points. Dang it. It just... Hold on. Hold on. I'm just going to be shady. Did I make the map and how? I did. I did make the map. I used image overlay along with terraining. So that's how I got most of this in place. And now, no, the game's not going to force me to build anything. I'll do what I want. It wants me to actually build a city. We'll get there, but we're not there yet. This is the important stuff. No unlock all mod yet? No, I'm cheating. I'm using instead of unlock all, I'm using find it. I did not want to cheat with find it. But the real way that I didn't want to cheat is by plopping buildings. We're not going to do that in this build. I think using train tracks, totally acceptable. Totally acceptable. Okay, so this road right here comes up. So if I can, it looks like this to me screams 2 units. Maybe there, maybe 3. So basically I'm gonna draw this in, then this sneaks around the corner, and I link this up. And this is really the only part of the train track that I'm concerned about because I want to get that bridge in place. And then I've got to figure out the exact placement of the power plant. Once we have those things, I should be able to move forward. Although, problem is I can't do hydroelectric yet. What do I need for that? Oh, I did unlock it. Never mind. I got hydroelectric. Merrill seems like a chill town. Yeah, it is. I mean, Merrill's Merrill's a place that it's definitely seen better days. You know, when my family moved there, from Rhinelander actually initially, my grandparents, it was because there was a lot going on there. You know, my grandpa got a job in a shoe factory, then a metalworking place. A lot of those places, they either closed or they outsourced much of their employment. So it's tough. I mean, it was the kind of place where I think it was really easy to get a job, particularly if you knew someone there, and now it's much harder. So definitely a place I feel for. You go up to Merrill from Wassa just for Walmart because the one in Merrill is so much better for some reason. It is. It is. I've been to that one many times. When my youngest daughter was born, I ended up going to that one on a couple occasions. My grandpa lived in Irma. No longer does. He passed, but would end up going here quite a bit because of that. Okay, here's the important bit. We got to get the bridge up and over. This road, I believe this road goes underneath the bridge, so I need to extend this first. And then we need the bridge to go up and over both the road and the rail. And we're vanilla, so this is fun. Let's see. I don't think that this is 100% right to do it like that, but I think it's also fine. 5 hours of sleep last night, QZ. Finals? Is it finals time for you? Mustafa. Love from India. Well, thank you, buddy. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh. I'm just trying to see this approach. And it comes in basically level. Sharky, you want to do this with your neighborhood? Make a map and improve what's there. Maybe show it to the local planners. You have no degree in planning or anything? You don't need a degree in planning to tell people what you want. The most effective people at making change in their community are people who are willing to talk. So if that is you, if you are willing to be a voice in your local community, you'll make a change. So just do it. I like that. The biggest piece of advice I give anyone is if you want to change your community, be willing to do something. So go for it. Don't ever let your education or your training be the reason you don't do it, because it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you love your community. Oh, guys. You know why this has been so hard to see? My Z level's off. So if I... elevation, rather. Oh, that's screwing everything up. Oh, it's in the sky now. Well, now I feel like I'm on drugs, so I will just ignore that and we'll just leave it as it was, and it just won't be as good as it could be. Yeah, it was cool, but yeah. Just please use the hotkey to change the overlay elevation. I should have. I don't think it's gonna matter. Hold on. What is the hotkey? Page up and down while holding control. Well, that was smart. That was the smart way of doing it. You want me to do things the smart way and not the hard way. I really struggle with that. I like pain, and I like you to experience pain with me. That's really what we're up to around here. That's what we do around these parts. Yes, the hard way. Hold down shift and control will do it in 10 millimeter increments. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's too convenient. I would much rather just slowly but surely do this. I don't know what's good. That's probably better than we had before, though. I feel like I can see better. Marginally better. Anyway, the whole reason I wanted to do that is now I can see there's no way to recreate this dam in the game. So this is an L-shaped dam, which I don't think I ever realized in the real world. So check this out. So there's like a dirt road that comes up off this road. So we're going to build this road up here. And there's the dirt road where the dam comes, and it's an L. That's so crazy. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Lane, good to see you, buddy. I've never seen this either. I looked at this thing for all those years. I don't think I've ever noticed that this is an L. That's so bizarre. Okay, well. I've got an idea. I don't know if it's a good one. Okay, guys, what I'm thinking. I'm going to add, let me see if I can get a good view of this. I want to add a node of soil. One little node. One little nodule. Yeah, sure enough. We're going to add one little bit of soil right here, and I'm going to build 2 dams. So basically, I'll grab this. And this is going to be a terrible idea, but we're going to try it. That's not going to work. There's no way to make that work. Fish began protesting near the near Madison Dam. Yes. Doing well. Been playing with the new keys. They're good. The new keys are spectacular. That's one of the reasons it's such a bummer. I've got to talk to the modders. If there's any information that I can relay to get it out there to people on how to deal with this, I want to do it. But yeah, I have been personally swamped because I had the kids today home from school in water, or not home from school, but done with school. So this side's good. Am I an idiot? What is wrong here? What is why is it not happy? Oh, there it is. Small village without any people in it. Depth, anarchy, no anarchy. So the issue was, and I don't even know if this is facing the right way. Dang it. The issue was that this thing, where you connect the high voltage line in, was in the water. It couldn't be. So I probably needed a larger connection here. So apparently this is going to generate, it said 40 kilowatts of power for us. We'll see if it actually does. It's not perfect. And I don't believe that this is actually supposed to connect to anything over here. So I'm going to leave it empty here. And we'll just draw this one road. And make this like this will at least get us connected to everything. Okay, cool. Half a mil left. Yeah, I gotta build something, huh? What the hell is a gigawatt? It's a gigantic watt. A huge watt. 1,000 watts? I don't know. I don't know. It's midnight for you, so you're heading to bed. Lenny, have a good night. If insomnia doesn't bring... I feel you there. 1 billion watts. Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. 1 billion watts. Okay. One of the unfortunate things. So, as far as the map tiles go, a couple things about this map. It's easy mode. It's easy mode. I have every map tile. We're going to do something very unrealistic. Because I don't really care. It's easy mode. We're going to have an outside power connection to Wassa. Wassa's this way. So I will just... send this over to here. And I don't exactly know where this is going to go yet, so I'll just follow the highway temporarily. Boom. Outside connection. Now we'll make some money. Why did my trends disappear? I had that mod in the mod list. Must have broken. How did I import the river and terrain? Ancient Swan has an absolutely wonderful guide on how to import height maps from terraining and QGIS. Either way, there's 2 different ways to do it. So I used the terraining option and pulled it down. There's a stream though, if you look on YouTube, where I made the Elba Italy map, and we went through the whole process there. That's probably the best way to figure it out, honestly. Either looking at Ancient Swan, who has an absolutely epic and amazing guide, or looking at that stream summary. Or that's not the summary, but the stream. We've got to build something, guys. We're losing money too fast. I'm gonna build the 2 utilities that we need, and then we're just gonna load up some of the town. So what I'm thinking is there is a water tower that I am aware of. I believe it's right about here. I just want to double check because I think that this is, if I'm remembering correctly, the pool. I'm just gonna look. Oh, and we'll use the water tower for water. And then we'll just dump raw sewage into the river and call it a day. And I'm kind of curious about that because I want to see if it impacts fish at all. So let's see. There's the loop. Okay, and it's this road right here, and the water tower is actually right there. So I've got to trace this road. And then that road as well. Once I get those 2, and then I can add the water tower. So bear with me. Building more stuff without any regard to our budget. Night, Ocarina. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Always good to see you. And this does something interesting where it doesn't actually just circle like that. Basically, we have something like this, Come on, let me do it. You want to let me do it. There it is. Okay. So yeah, that is, I think, what is supposed to be happening here. Something like that. And then we have to get to this road. So I'm going to draw in. I want this to be straight. And I have this road, so I should be able to pull this through. So this right here is a major park. So I also don't want to screw this up. So I have to get the parks to fit nicely somehow. The fish can have raw sewage as a treat. Indeed. It depends on what kind of fish you want to attract. And everyone has different preferences. So, who am I to judge? Bill, you are not sleeping. That's correct. Isn't it daytime for you, Ocarina? You're just going to live your life. That's okay. I thought you were leaving. I read, Ocarina, that you were saying goodbye. Maybe it was to someone else. Let's get man-sized catfish. Listen, catfish is, I think, if I want a deep fried fish, it's catfish followed by cod. Just unbeatable. Favorite fish is salmon, though. I mean, has to be. Who doesn't love salmon? Oh, that's it. This ugly intersection right here. So this right here is basically low rent apartments for elderly. And then it comes in like this. And we can see the perfect parking. We got the new parking lot roads where this used to be a 4-laner. This actually is all the way through here. I screwed it up. We need to add more lanes. Because we're 2 lanes away. You love cod? Cod's so good. So good. There's a part of me that believes that I could definitely. Now, I could never be a vegetarian, but I think I could just eat fish. What is that? Is that a pescatarian? But then I have a good steak. You love rice, tuna with rice and Vietnamese pepper sauce? Sounds good. The other thing, I love chicken. But chicken makes me feel bad. My wife always reminds me about like the how inhumane many chicken raising operations can be. But it's just so good. Just so good. You've been plant-based for 4 years and you love every meal? Steel Airship, my biggest problem is like the creativity for cooking. I feel like you have to, I'm sure over time it gets really easy and it's just like second nature. But I think it's getting there is the part that stresses me out. Like the idea of actually like, what am I making? I feel like it's really easy. And I've had friends who are vegetarians where I watch them eat just straight up tofurkey and, peanut butter. And it's like, they're not happy. Like you didn't actually commit to being a vegetarian at that point. You committed to like pretending that you're not eating meat, but you are. I don't know. You make a lot of things out of beans. I mean, I could do that. Beans are good. Ocarina, you like beef, pork, or lamb? I mean, lamb's amazing. Why are many mods not compatible right now? It's any update going back to Cities 1. The day after a patch is tough. It's really tough. The modders are feeling it too. It's one of those things. Very creative ways to eat veggie when you don't have to have it be boring. Spices aren't canceled. That's a good point. So I just need to get better at spicing my foods, is what you're telling me. Because I will readily admit that I'm a seasoning salt guy. That's what I do. I've got one move. It's seasoning salt, and if it's not seasoning salt, it's Worcester sauce, which I probably just mispronounced. I just douse it with Lowry's. That's my move. And butter. Yes, Lowry's. Lowry's on everything and butter. It's the healthiest way. I made a Worcester sauce omelets this morning for the kids, and it was just seasoning salt, onions, fried in butter, chorizo. Good stuff. Lowry's is God's gift to earth. Lowry's just makes everything better. You can just put it on everything. It doesn't matter what it is. You're going to have a good time if you put it on there. So I think I use it as a crutch sometimes, but I'm okay with it too. I accept it. Omelets are godly to you? I actually bought a specific pan for omelets recently. Because I've been struggling with this pan for, forever. It's this weird small pan that was just a little bit too big for omelets and not big enough for anything else. So I committed and I got, it's an actual proper small saucepan that I could fit a 3-egg omelet in max. And it's made it just so easy to make them. So I try to make them as often as I can for the family. So basically every weekend, and if the kids are home and I've got a little bit of time, I really wanted to record today, but my kids are going to be home, and also the mods are broken, so there's not a lot that I can do. The one thing I was gonna do, and I'm not sure how. Here's where I'll pull YouTube. Larry was good once, but then he moved the Lowry's, we moved the Tony's. Paid with pizza. Larry's was good, but once you moved to Tony's, I've never had Tony's. What is Tony's? Oh, wait. Is Tony's the Italian, the Italian seasoning? The one that has the guy in the front. Yeah, YouTube's vote is, I was going to, very pointed. I was going to ask if, I was going to make a video basically on Switch 2, Cities 1. It doesn't have a patch, but I don't know if it performs better now. So I was going to buy it and just see. So I want to know if there's any interest in that. Hey, Finest. Thank you for being here. Finally caught me on a live. Just started CS2 and Manor Lords a couple weeks ago. First city building games ever. My videos were a huge help. Thanks a lot. Hey, thank you. Hopefully you're enjoying them. Yeah, YouTube, hold up. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. I want to pay for Pete. Thank you for the Prime. Gabe, thank you for the associate plan for becoming associate planner. Project Cod. Thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Have I ever looked at the interstate system in Hampton Roads, Virginia area? I-64, 264, 464, 664, 564. There's an express lane. I have not. Not opposed to it after the poll. Dragon, thank you for the 10 months. And Steve on YouTube, thank you again for the gifted sub. And Lenny, again, thank you for gifting the two. What is this? What was gifted? Only one person's redeemed. The other person who won did not redeem. Make sure you do that. Not 100% sure. Looks like Ocarina won. And Jones, comma, ice cream. So Ocarina, redeem. Ocarina, redeem your, looks like, I'm not sure what it was. But first time in over a month watching the stream from home instead of the hospital with a sick brother. Lenny, that's right. Is your brother doing all right? Did you hear? Yes, you will be polled, Steve. You will be polled. Is it better to support me through Twitch or YouTube? I'm indifferent. You don't have to support me at all. If you want to, what I would say is go for the platform you like to use the most. The nice thing about YouTube is that on YouTube, you get early access to the videos. I post them all early. It's not always as early as I'd like them to be, but you have the chance to leave a comment before anyone else. But on Twitch, you get ad-free if you're not already a Turbo member. And if you join the Discord, I give early access to Twitch and Patreon supporters via Vimeo, and it's ad-free then. So I try to let you choose your own adventure. I try to meet you where you are. If you want to support me, that's great. It's not at all expected or anticipated. It's something I very much appreciate. It makes a lot of the extra stuff that I do a lot easier and possible. So yeah, either way, whatever you want to do. I am not beggars can't be choosers. And I feel like I am at that point asking for things, and you can do whatever you want. Twitch, you can also talk with me, the artist. Indeed. Medora, if you guys don't know, if you love the graphics, Medora, all day. Okay. 2 things before we can zone. We're gonna dump our raw sewage right here, and then it'll acquire in the dam. It'll help us with our flow. So sewage right here. And then for our water tower, I feel like I have to look at it to know that we're placing the right one. So how close can I get? Not close enough. Let's see. Oh, no, I can see it. I thought this tree was in the way. I think we gotta go with this one. And after I place this, I'll pull. And this, this is a cool spot because this was actually a sledding hill. So I used to deliver papers in this neighborhood, and I would go sledding down here. Super cool place. Loved it. That's a crappy way to make power, but I'm pumped. Hopefully this helps us generate more water or more power. Listen, we're going to make all that sewage useful. Would I know why your specialized industries don't level up? I think it's a bug. That's what my guess. Are there baseball fields? Yeah. The baseball fields are all right here. I actually broke my ankle over here. Sliding into first base. Genius move. Big brain move right there. Do you want a video on switch to CS1? YouTube, you got a poll. I'll just leave it up for a little while. There's 1,135 of you. If I get like a quarter of you guys saying something about the poll, then I'll do it. From what I hear, it is the most performant mobile version of CS1, but also it's the Switch one that was playing on, so it was kind of choppy on the frame rates. St. Louis. I feel very uncomfortable. I don't know how to feel about this message. I just don't know how to feel about this. Wait, is CS1 on the Switch? Yeah, CS1's on the Switch. From my understanding, it is a very interesting it's a very interesting combination of a few of the DLCs, but it's not a fully complete version. One thing though, so I can make my head disappear. On the Switch 2, I can remove this and use it as a mouse. So I'm really curious to know if that'll work. That's one of the things that I'm the most curious about. I'm also curious. So I see what you say. You hate the way that the Switch, or you hate the way that CS1 worked in the Xbox. I used the Xbox. Or I made trailer footage, or I grabbed some B-roll rather for the Xbox back in the day, and it was brutal to play with a controller, but it supported mouse and keyboard. And I feel like most people who are playing on the PS4 or Xbox aren't using mouse and keyboard. And it's such a huge mistake, in my opinion. Like, it feels, particularly the remastered version, I think feels amazing. Like, it actually is a very good version of City Skylines 1. Rama, I saw you. Hello. Yeah, the UI is garbage. Like, straight up, like on the Xbox, like when the remastered version came out, I actually gave that feedback because I worked on some of the B-roll for that. I said, man, the remastered version of Skylines 1 is dope. It's the best version of Skylines 1. I can't believe it was never released to PC. The problem with it is that the overlays are just arbitrarily huge. And the other issue is the landscaping is the exact same way that it is in CS2, where you can't overlap things. And it's just freaking maddening. Like, it just, like, the moment that I did that, I was like working on the trailer and it was like, I want to place this tree. Oh, it's got this gigantic hit zone. I can't overlap. And I even remember asking, like, what are they thinking? And I the feedback I gave was like, that's just, it makes the game less fun for me. And I get, like, you're trying to preserve performance on the console, but like, I'd rather have a limited map size. Like, you're giving me 25 tiles. I'd rather have less and be able to overlap landscaping. What is the tree zone? The tree zone is 100% about performance, in my opinion. If you were able to place as many trees as you want, like in Skylines 1 on the PC, being able to overlap trees would just straight up tank performance. In Skylines 2, I don't really get it though. I sprayed with trees and it didn't seem to do anything from a performance standpoint. So to me, it just seems like kind of a heavy-handed way of, I don't even know what they're trying to accomplish. It's just a heavy-handed way of existing. It feels like this was our design philosophy on this, and we're sticking with it for better or for worse. And I'd argue it's for worse. I don't think it makes any sense. Unfortunately, because I like it when games have realistically dense forests. I mean, that's the thing, is you can do it. It's just through mods. My biggest problem at this point, no, that's a stupid way of phrasing it. It's not my biggest problem. A big problem that I have with Skylines right now is that there are just a lot of things that require mods. Like, I don't understand why Move It is not in the base game. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand why a basic version of Anarchy isn't in the base game. Like, a lot of other city builders allow it. Static ploppables, that could also be in the base game. A game that does that. Which one was it? High Rise City? High Rise City allowed that? Yeah. High Rise City allows you to have, it has static ploppables built in. and you're able to create, you know, big buildings. Is it a great game? No, but like I feel like it's already possible with mods. Those are the sorts of little upgrades that I think would make a big difference. But the big one is having move it in the game, like being able to adjust nodes. Like there are a lot of lumpies and bumpies here that just by, hold on. Okay, I do have autosave on. Just by being able to go in here and control H this, I can make that road, which looked like absolute madness, look just a little bit better. And I just feel like they have been very resistant to adding those sorts of really basic features that basically everyone that I've ever talked to wants in the game. And I don't really get it. What's my biggest problem with CS2? Hold on, let me highlight you, John. I feel like that deserves a highlight. My biggest problem with CS2 is the simulation. I'm not a city painter. I feel like Cities 2 has forced me to become a city painter. And in some ways, I like the things that I've been able to accomplish. And I feel like I've become a better city painter because it has forced me to do that. But in other ways, like when they promised the most advanced simulation ever, like I got really pumped because that's what I really wanted. Like I wanted some real meaningful decisions in the game that I'd have to make. I wanted those decisions to tell the story of my city. And at this point, we're not there. The game isn't doing that. So that's, for me, it's 100% the simulation. And I know, like, I watched, like Egg and I, it's funny. I watched his video about the update, and, you know, he is a city painter. That's what he cares about. And hearing his complaints and saying, like, you know, like workers and resources is out there. This game will never be that. I get that. I also thought that that's what this was going to be. Like, not workers and resources level of detail, but certainly better than we got. Agupta, thank you for the 10 gifties. Appreciate you, buddy. Did I talk about the Colossal Order forum post confirming bikes? I have not. You guys want to talk about that? I want to end the poll on YouTube. 52 say yes. 48 say no. I'm probably going to do it then. You guys just got 2 videos out of me. Yeah, if you guys are curious about this, where is it? Posts. Here it is. This is basically the strangest way to confirm this information. I heard it was shared on X. I don't go on that cesspool anymore, so I wouldn't know. But this is a response. This is a page. Let's see what page we're on. We're on page 3 of the patch, the keys and peers patch notes, and they respond to someone on here with just like kind of a crazy amount of information, like status of the asset editor ETA approaching the 19-month mark. Unfortunately, the asset editor related work has been pushed to the background while we have been focusing on other priorities. After bridges and port related work, we will have the team tackle the remaining issues on the asset editor for buildings, and it will be released as soon as it's ready. That's super clear. I don't know why there wasn't a forum post saying that. Like, there's a lot of pissed off people that would have seen that and gone, okay, well, like, I don't agree with that priority, but I get it. Or I do. My personal take on that is there are a lot of people who paid for Ultimate who did not get it, who did not get, and at this point, that, you know, we're approaching 2 years that you could have pre-ordered. GTA 6 before Asset Editor, I think it's going to be a race. And hold that thought. Hold that thought. Is the current objective to still support asset buildings only when the editor drops? What are the main blockers to include vehicles and net lanes? When can we expect those? The plan is currently to support building assets and props and expand supported assets in the future. Once we've established basic support for assets in the editor, more complex assets such as vehicles and networks can be worked on. That's super useful information. It's very direct and to the point. When can we expect those? After we get these ones in. Bug fixing. Any long-standing bugs you're currently working on? We're currently working on fixing the issue with too few resources being produced by offices, being consumed, causing office company worker counts to drop. This is the whole 5 office worker bug. That's terrible. That's the one that they're working on. Updating the production panel to provide better understanding of the production and consumption of resources in the city. Great. It's completely nonsense now. Makes no sense. Rebalancing resource consumption to ensure all companies work as intended. That is a simulation. That's the thing I just said was my #1 issue. Improving the water simulation, updating maps to ensure that they have water outside the playable area. That one, I have a feeling. I don't know if Poplar's still in here. That's this. The water just stops. The water in this game is terrible. Like the CS1 water simulation was dope. Like that's why we had tsunamis and stuff. And was it super realistic all the time? No, but it was at least fun. This one breaks down, and I can't show you the water spawn points right now. I don't have the mod to do it. But they're all over this river because the river just dries up. And then it just does a lot of unrealistic stuff, and it's really hard to work with. So that's a really good priority, in my opinion. You want to know what John's t-shirt says? Vainglorious? I want to know too. Tornadoes and tornadoes. Yeah, they're terrible. The game has a lot going on under the hood. They have committed to tracking large numbers of variables. That eats up CPU for breakfast. And when they alter the balance, each one can cascade. Yeah, for sure. 1,000%. I had a conversation with someone about this recently, actually. And my fear is that they've just added too many things. And they're still adding to it. You know, like fish is another variable now. But everyone has a bank balance. Everyone has happiness. Every individual person. It's not even just like the city generally has a happiness. It's all the people in the city. I am worried about that it's just too complex. Arbitrarily complex for no reason. But back to this. PDX mods. Are there some specific elements you want to improve to bring it out of beta? The reason we still call it a beta is because the asset editor is missing. It's not really any features related to PDX mods. That's interesting. I think PDX mods, to me, is in beta until playset sharing is a thing, personally. You really wish they would start hiring people from either Maxis or old SimCity devs. The sim is really suffering. I hear you. I also wonder if having more cooks in the kitchen wouldn't necessarily be helpful. Like, maybe it would. But there was a time to bring on, like... You're talking about, like, bringing on someone like... gosh, what is his name? I can't think of the guy's name. Quigley? Ocean Quigley. Bringing in something like the designer. Like, yeah, that guy's a genius. I think that if he would have been able to design SimCity the way that he wanted to without the interference of the EA suits, SimCity would have been an amazing game. And we would have never played City Skylines because it would have been such a great game that we wouldn't have needed City Skylines. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to design the game that he wanted. It's a shame that he never went out there and did it on his own. The song's amazing. It is a good one. This whole album I like a lot. Ocean Quigley, that's a fake name. He's actually got a whole website. He's a real dude with a handlebar mustache. He's not even that old. So like, yeah, it would be awesome if he were, you know, still involved in the city building scene. It looks like he works at Facebook, which I think is the most depressing use of his talents. Cause he paints. Yeah, artist. You think the design philosophy of SimCity is just too different from City Skylines to benefit from having the talent from that franchise? I disagree, actually, on that one. You got to remember that SimCity, so if you go back and you play SimCity 2013 back to back with City Skylines 2, it really feels like Skylines 2 took a lot of inspiration from SimCity 2013. Like there are things that like I really wish that Skylines would like look at 2013 and like just take it. Like an example, there was a new mod that came out, the modular service blocks, that has modular parks, and the idea of the parks is basically a 1-for-1 recreation of the idea for parks in SimCity 2013, where you basically have the ability to take one park, plop it, and then like continue to tack onto it. Like that is what's happening in that, and it's just so much better. Like so much better. Vince, Ohio, thank you for being here, buddy. Oh, Matt, or MTT, and Matt Kasich, I'm gonna say, thank you for the raid a minute ago. Hopefully, Raiders, thank you for being here. Let me give a quick shout out and appreciate the raid. Hopefully you're having good. If you don't know who I am, my name is Phil, aka City Planner Plays. Play city building games, mostly City Skylines. City Skylines 2, rather, at this point. So appreciate you. Thank you. You're friends with Imperial Jedi. God, I'm terrible at this. Jedi is legit like one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. I love Jedi. Just a great human being. What were you guys up to tonight? Hey, there we go. We did it. We did it. Yeah, you love that mod? Do you think we could eventually use it for other service buildings? So 100. My feeling is that the biggest missed opportunity in the game is every single service building. And I've talked to B. Swagelhausen and I have brainstormed out how this could work. It really feels like you should get this small shell of a service building, and rather than having like 50 different versions of it, you should just be able to add on to it. Or maybe there's like 3 versions. There's like a small, medium, and a large. But just like in SimCity 2013, you can add different modules onto it to make it bigger, add parking to it. There's a bunch of different parking options. Maybe all those parking options are part of a grander parking scheme. You can tack them on, and it's just all modular. Like the game is so modular, which is a SimCity 2013 idea. That was what it was. So I feel like it's all right there, and it would all be so much more fun than what we the kind of the mess of buildings. But yeah, it's, if you haven't played SimCity 2013, it was a really rough launch for the game. Real rough, terrible. And they made a lot of really dumb decisions after. And the always online was terrible, but they removed that. And average thing, I completely agree. The game that remains, dare I say it's still fun today, looks good still. It's got the SimCity charm. It's a good game. It's a good game. The maps are too small. That's the biggest problem. The small sizes just ruined it. Yeah, the small sizes, that whole bit. I watched this Ocean Quigley. Speaking of Ocean Quigley, the reason why I even know who he is I watched a YouTube video where he went through some of the things that he got, that basically EA said you have to do these things. So the online resource system If you're unaware, there was like basically when you import and export things, there was a whole economy and it all worked. It was all an outside economy thing, and resource values would change and impact your importing and exporting. So it would change what resources you might want to produce in your city. There was that, plus the ability to have a shared region between different people, which was an absolute disaster. I remember starting a region and having someone just basically try to trash my city with their city, just like garbage, or abandoning, which is also amazing. Does size matter? For cities, it does. The ability. But yeah, all of that extra stuff caused you to need to, they could only have these little tiny maps. You gotta remember that was 12 years ago, and the horsepower of computers was not awesome. So yeah, it sucked. You think Cities XL tried to, but they shut down the online mode after like a month? I mean, Cities XL had a lot of issues. I mean, starting with the developer shutting down, the game being acquired by someone else, and then they needed to make money. So they basically released the same game again, which, you know, something that's never going to endear you to fans is creating the exact same game and just like re-releasing it. You know, like, this one is different, we promise. Oh, I tried to anarchy that one into working. It's not good. That's not good at all. Any updates about when console releases? Oh yeah, we're not done with this. Is there anything about that? No, that's the one thing. Several highly requested features like bikes and animations were discussed early after launch. We know you've been hard at work on a lot of pressing issues, but I'm wondering if those are still planned. More animations and updates to Citizens are in the works, but we do not have an ETA and when they will be released. Similarly, bikes are planned but on hold until Bridges and Ports is done. With the first major DLC soon out of the way, hopefully, what are you prioritizing going forward? Bicycles, asset editor, and more bug fixes. I don't know if that's the order. That's interesting to me. And that makes me wonder, Brandon, what comes first? Bicycles and City Skylines 2 or GTA? Which one? I'm going to be an idiot. And for no reason, there should be no reason for me to trust this at this point. I'm going to say that I believe that bikes and assets will come to the game before GTA. I feel like once they figure out assets, it's going to uncork things. I feel like assets are the big issue. And I don't know when they switch priorities to working on the DLC, but it feels like assets have been just an albatross that's been around their necks for the longest time. And once they figure it out, I think that things are going to improve. But until then, it's going to be crappy, and it has been crappy. Would be a strange order, to be honest. Tom, I don't know that it would be, actually. So the real question. So, okay. That would be a strange order. Correct. Unless they don't believe that they can get out. If they don't know that they can actually complete what they're attempting to complete in a reasonable time frame, getting bikes out the door would get a lot of people interested in the game. So I would understand the strategy of that. My bigger issue is that it feels like it feels to me like they've done a whole lot of we're working on this thing. Now we're working on this thing. Now we're working on this thing. Now we're working on this thing. And they had nothing to show for any of it. Because rather than like sticking with one thing and completing that thing, and then being able to hang their hat and say, you know what, we really nailed this one thing. So like, we know that you're mad at us, but also we did this one thing. They have none of those one things. They have a lot of half things, but they don't have a lot of one, like this one thing is awesome. The one thing that's awesome is the road tool, and it's always been awesome. But I don't think that they've necessarily resolved any issues completely. They've resolved issues like 90% of the way in some cases, and like 75% of the way in others. Sold. Brandon, you tell me the amount, and I will do it. Do they know how mad we are at them? Do they know the extent? McFuddlebutt? Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like, without a doubt. The real question is, you can know that someone's mad and not have the ability to do anything about it. And I feel like that's where they're at this point. Brandon, I'm keeping that up there until we figure out the amount. Yeah, gamers are not quiet, for sure, and they deserve not to be. I think that particularly, listen, they made a lot, like, and when I say they, I mean the greater they. They being Paradox mostly, made a lot of really dumb choices in the way that they handled things. Yeah, they like. I think they get it. Then they're stuck. Yes, Brandon, I will go higher than that. And how about this, Brandon? How about this? I will do. Let's just give the money to charity anyway, and our wager is you pick the charity if you win, I pick it if I win. So I don't know what charity you would want to give to, but you could just choose the charity, and or vice versa. Sounds good? All right. Deal. So we're waiting for GTA. I don't know how. Here's where I wish that we could do like a Reddit style remind me. I gotta add something. Your concern is that if this tanks the company, then we lose future development on the game. The games industry is not kind to companies that fumble like this badly. No, yeah, for sure. I think that Colossal Order, they've got to figure this out. Like, they don't really have an option. Paradox has they're the publisher. That's the part that I think is the most unfortunate, is I think that this is a much bigger deal. Like, it's a big deal for Paradox, don't get me wrong. But like, this is a devastating deal for Colossal Order. Like, Colossal Order, this is what they do. I don't know that they have anything else to do without this. So yeah, they have to figure it out. As a gamer, it's one of the things that, like, I will be upfront. Like, people ask me, like, what other games do I play? I play Switch games mostly. First party Nintendo games. I used to play Civ, and now I don't anymore. So city builders are kind of it. And I like modern city builders more than any other city builder. So my fear is that if something were to happen to this game, there are no replacements and the genre dies. That is where I think we head. So I am going to root for them until my last, for as long as I can. Also, I am going to root for other city builders to appear because I think that the games industry is in a really rough spot, and the city building genre is in a really bad spot. It's really easy to monetize microtransaction heavy garbage mobile games, and it's really hard to make a game with a simulation this complex. I feel like the move towards agents was really damaging to the city building genre. even though it's fun, but it's been damaging because it makes it difficult to make the games. And the more complexity and the more Sims style stuff you add to the Sims, the more complicated it gets. So yeah, I have a lot of mixed emotions. So yeah, we all need to root for Colossal Order. I want them to do well. I want them to figure it out. I want this game to do well. I enjoy the parts that work well. I'm disappointed in the parts that don't work well. But I don't really play a lot of other games. So I don't even know, like, if this, like, YouTube is Twitch, be damned. Let's say that's not part of the equation. Just me as a gamer, I don't know that I play a lot of games, like, without this. The other game I've been playing a lot is Polytopia, which is, like, it's a cool game, but it's not like this. I don't play it like this. Yeah. So, I hear you. I hear you on both fronts. I will continue to remain optimistic. And the part that I keep thinking about is I have a platform where, like, if I say something, they'll sometimes listen. I can voice opinions that people have and hopefully hold a microphone to it. And try to be helpful. I don't know. It's tough. Like, I think that you might have heard it in the tone of my last video. It was the first time that I was just kind of bummed. You know, like I've not been bummed up until the last update and like the delay for bridges and ports. Like it kind of like it finally, like, I got bummed. Like, and I'm like trying not to be bummed, but I got bummed. So, like, yeah. You feel like Colossal Order is giving away too big of a portion, or getting away too big of the portion of the blame? Your theory is based upon cultural differences between Sweden and Finland. Finns are honest but reserved and open. Swedes are open, not dishonest. But when in doubt, they are people pleasers to a fault, comparing the under-promising and over-delivering nature of City Skylines 1 to 2. Do you think that Paradox is playing a bigger role in CS2 as it being a key factor? Let me hear my thoughts. I think that there were a lot of really good ideas, things that sounded really good on paper, that were just really crappy ideas. The sorts of things that sounded like good ideas that are not. I think that Colossal Order taking over 100% of the porting was a colossal mistake. Like, it just, like, absolutely makes zero sense to take that sort of a project on. When you're not, like, really expanding your team. Like, you're expanding the team, but you're not making it massive. So the result of that is that, like, now they're splitting resources between console and, you know, that's the sort of thing. So I think that Colossal Order probably deserves blame for that. My blame for Paradox is that Paradox knew what the game was, knew what they were willing to accept, and still marketed the game the way that they did. I will forever be bitter about the way that I think there are a number of people, every single content creator believed certain things about the game based on things that we were told, and those things did not come to fruition, and it made a lot of us look bad. It made a lot of people lose faith in us and believe that we were a bunch of paid shills. And most of us were just really excited fans who were pumped to have the opportunity to play a game that we really like. And being involved in it was infectious, you know? Like, it's not about being paid, because we weren't. like I didn't even get invited to the cool event on the crane. So to have my credibility destroyed during that was very frustrating. So that's the part that like I look at Paradox and I go, I am still and will for a long time be bitter about that, because I like as a content creator, all you really have is your relationship with the audience. And the moment that you lose the audience, you lose your channel. You lose the ability to do this cool thing that we've all had the opportunity to do. So that to me is very upsetting. And I also blame them for fracturing the City Skylines community, which I've always thought is the friendliest and nicest gaming community, just on the whole of the internet. So like, so I blame them for that. That is what I blame them for. I don't blame them for wanting the game to be out when it was out. They were promised that the game would be out 2 years earlier. They should have probably also known what was possible for Colossal Order to deliver and what wasn't. So yeah. Oh, Raiders. Sorry. Raiders, you're listening to me rant for a while. I'm sorry. The Guacamole guy, thank you for the raid. Canadian, thank you for the gifted subs. Canadian, thank you for the 7 months of tier 1 doc. Thank you for 19 months, dude. I'm sorry. I just started ranting. I missed a bunch of activity. That question got to me. So yeah, I'd say that this patch hit me in the feels, like in a negative way, for the first time. And I like a lot of what the patch is doing, but yeah, it's discouraging. Some of it was discouraging and I don't know who to blame. And I don't really think that it matters who to blame at this point. I just want to see it fixed. I don't want to see the game in this state. I want people to love it. I want city builders, to get the recognition that I think they deserve. I think city builders it's one of the greatest genres there is. So yeah. Steve, how dare you? Steve, how dare you? First of all, I love you, Steve. As a fellow Wisconsinite, we're gonna zone something. I have to. You know what, Steve? It's almost midnight for us. Just for you. Hold on. I want to know. So first of all, the Guacamole guy. I'm gonna give you a shout out in just a second. But first, I've got 3 minutes. Well, Medora, we gotta get some bars. Something nefarious. You're almost there defriending me on Steam. So can I tell you something about that redeem? That redeem is basically worthless, but I'm always offline. Hold on. You're making me spell Guacamole guy. Thank you, Guacamole guy, for the raid. Raiders, what were you guys playing tonight? If you don't know who I am, my name is Phil. Run the YouTube and Twitch channel City Planner Plays, where we play city building games, mostly City Skylines too. That's what I was ranting about. Guac, I appreciate you. Hopefully you're doing well. You're playing City Skylines too. Very nice. Were you building more than I've built? I have built basically nothing tonight. And apparently no power to these. I don't know what's going on. Is our dam not working? The Thompson Dam? Oof. Woof. That's not going to cut the mustard. That's not good. You have a positive budget and good traffic. Well, I'll tell you what. I've got good traffic as well. I have 9 citizens and no power. So I think you're beating me. No transformer. That shouldn't matter. Should it? I'll add one just to see. Is it facing the correct way? No clue. Water flows this way. That's actually the correct way. Two. Oh, guys, you know what the problem is? We don't have any workers. We don't have any workers because we don't have any zoning. So as a result, nothing's working. Okay, this is probably the dumbest response to this. I don't have art in this build either. That was a mistake. So get that authentic vanilla feel. Folks need to move into this community. Maybe my hypothesis was wrong. I really thought, God, zoning. What's my biggest problem with this game? Zoning is just, oh gosh, they need to finish this. They need to finish this. It's not. This is not done in my opinion. The zoning. That's one of the things. Well, we've got 40 people living in their shacks here without power, unhappily. Producing more power, more people here. Okay, let's test your theory. Let's test your theory. Transformer, underground connection. That can't be it. Power station overloaded. I am not a power engineer, and this cannot go right here either. This is a terrible... What the... That doesn't make any sense. Okay, well... Okay, There. That is the solution. Now we have power and water. Yeah, no way. I have no idea why that worked. So there is no poop, no dam, no power. Yeah, now it's good. Now we're making power. We got people working there. We're not very efficient yet. Not enough employees and low water depth. Wow. Negative 99%. Okay. Sweet. I do stream. I sometimes even stream about streams. Whoa. Dang it. How you like that? Is this better? Sweet. Okay, okay. Didn't help. The water's almost flowing over the dam. What do I mean, low? Exactly. God, I really don't want to do what I'm about to do. What do you know about low water? We're about to have a good time. We're about to have a great time. We're going to open up the pit. Are you entertained now, City Skylines? Will this do the trick for you? Is the water depth good enough now? Okay. Oh, shoot. Now, the other thing I know will make this easier. We'll narrow it up. Not enough money. It's $2 million. Oh. Hey guys. How you guys doing? Don't worry about anything. I'm just hanging out. I know some magic tricks. I'm a magical person. Just a magical person. I don't know how I could make this happen, but you know. Now, oh my goodness. Oh wow. We've got plenty of money. And look at this. This thing now produces 518 megawatts potential. But it says 0.07. Oh. Large village. Sus? Don't worry about it. Low water depth. It's because I don't have a big enough drop off, isn't it? Don't know how to fix that. Don't know how to fix that. This kills me. I don't know how to fix this. Is that a flow, an outflow off the side? Yeah, maybe. So I think that. So if we look in the real world, and it's hard to tell from this. The water is substantially higher on the side, and then it drops down. But the dam's doing that. It's damming the water back. You know, like. So I don't know if it was like a map thing. Like I would have needed to create like a waterfall. I don't know. But yeah, this thing is actually working way worse than it was before. The dam doesn't work. Remove the water resources on the lower side. So I would do that. This is honestly, if I'm keeping it at 100,000, I think that this is the water not being great in the skylines too. Jose, hello. Respect the topography. You don't think I should make my own? We've done a little bit of that. Reduce the terrain height on the output side so the water fills in the hole I create. Okay. I think I know what you're saying. You're saying that perhaps we don't go completely ham. Perhaps we do this. And then on this side, we just shelf it a little bit. Okay. One more. I'm going to grab this terrain height right here, which is slightly higher. We'll just bump it up just a little bit. I hope that this doesn't flood out everything. I think it might. I don't really know. We're just trying to figure things out. Like, I don't even know what direction this is supposed to face. I think this way. I've never done one of these. I'm realizing that now. Finally caught a stream. Stairs are on the output side. Then it's backwards for sure. I let it run. Okay, I let it run and then it flips back and forth. Ah! At the last minute, it flipped on me. Well, at least we're leveling up. We're building nothing besides a dam over and over and over again, but we're leveling. Okay. Okay. I'm at a loss, guys. The arrows are, so they're, when you go in here, there are arrows. Oh, look at that. Now that we've done that terraforming, it totally screwed up the flow of the water. Okay. One more back to the drawing board moment. Okay, we've risen it up. But I won't go ham. I'll just go a little off. Let's let the water simulation. Oh my goodness. Do you see this? It's like going in two different directions. It's going this way until it gets to where the dam is supposed to be. And then it turns around. And then it's going this way again. That doesn't make any sense. I see why the water simulation's a priority. I broke it? Poplar ponderosa. If I draw it from the left to the right, the backside is against the water flow. So you're saying I should put it in backwards. I mean, the funny thing about these triangles is depending on how I rotate, it feels like it's going in a different direction to me. Okay, I'm going to bite. Let's put it in the opposite direction. We'll see what that does. Now it won't let me. Oh, how to make a whirlpool. I don't know what I did. I screwed it up. I screwed it up big time. I screwed it up. There'd be errors if I had a stronger flow rate. Okay, guys. I got one more idea. I can't change the flow rate, but I can do this. Let's say I grab this. Hold on. I've been doing lots of stupid stuff. I think. Oh, woof. We're not going to worry about that. Okay. Endish. We didn't get far, but we're getting this right. Okay. Boom. Money. So my idea is basically that I just slope the water or slope the river towards this area and hopefully that fixes it. So many warnings, just ignore it. Yeah, I don't worry about that. Listen, we live dangerously around here, my friends. We're going to be fine. Okay, so it's not very steep. It's not very intense, but it's something. Okay, so what has this done to our flow? The arrows go until here. They look good. That looks good to me. Dangerously we live, safely we die. It'd be a shame if we lose a city grid without anything built on it. It would be, wouldn't it? We've also got this little river right here, and like that's feeding in, and the river's going the right way in both directions. Okay. Yeah, you're unhappy, people. That's because you have no power. You can't walk to an elementary school. You can't flush your toilet. You can't do anything. 0.01 of 40 potential. I just don't understand. Yeah, you know what I'm about to do? I'm about to build a key wall. I really wanted to have the dam. I really wanted to have the dam. However, I bet you that I can make this look okay-ish. And then we can throw a coal power plant and I can call it a day and be sad that I couldn't figure this out for the time being. And I'm going to do more research. I think that it's not possible and something's wrong. That's where I'm at. I don't know what you guys think. I'm very sad. That makes me very sad. Could it be the river's too small? It could be. I think that that's very likely the cause. I think that the water. Have any of you ever had a very strong, good flow on a dam, or is it like not something that many other people are seeing as well? Steel airship. That actually is a good point. You're gonna change my mind. Because I'm too sad about it. I'm too sad about it. We're going to have this is easy mode. We can have an expensive dam for the aesthetics of it. And then we'll put a coal power plant in. You know what? Damn it. We're putting the dam back. I'm going to find... Where is a coal-looking power plant? Our dam's back. There's a large factory. I'm going to sneak it in over there. So we have to build the road. We built this road. I'll build this, and then we'll build up to here, and I'll put the power plant right here. This is a dam stream. It helps if you got a mountain and a river's running through it. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Hold on. What does this mean, Poplar? What does this mean? There's actually a larger dam upstream. Wait a minute. You're right. I've never been by this one. That's actually why this is as big as it is. You said 5 minutes ago to build the dam, turn it off, and build another power plant? I should, yeah. You managed to build an 8,000 megawatt dam once, so it could operate without utilities or employees. Put its efficiency down to 10%, but the max was still 800. Huh. Okay. Well, here's the thing. I think dams just don't work. And yes, I think that we're gonna do that. I think I'm okay with that. I also think, while we've dev moded it up, we should put the second dam in too. I mean, like, that makes sense. I don't want to be like one of those Michiganders that doesn't respect these reservoirs over here. I saw that comment. I will do better. So, boom, 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 money, and boom. Large village. Got some money. Got the Riverside Grill. Great, because we have the river. Kind of screwed up. I can fix it. We'll just take a couple of liberties. This isn't really an important part of the community anyway. I took out a PPP loan. I did even better. I took out one of the grants. PPP is not good for a city. Can't remember what the grants that the cities got were. They were nice though. The grants that the cities got, like when during the pandemic, we got a technology grant, and I had asked for like basic IT stuff, and it had been declined forever. And then during the pandemic, they were like, "Hey, do you want a 27-inch monitor? Do you want a new laptop? I know you've wanted one for like 4 years. How about now? Now you can get one." It's like crazy. Yes, I will take one. This dam should work right now. First of all, that would require that people go to it. They can't get to it right now. Highway, God, I can't remember the highway that's out here. 17, I think, heads out this way, and I never drew it. I was going to, but never did. But I need to draw this road so we can get to this one anyway. So we're gonna do it. This is supposed to have more capacity or be wider, not have more capacity. So I'm just gonna we don't really have the perfect road for this. I'm going to add this one, even though this is bigger than it is in real life. It's the right width, but the wrong number of lanes, and I can't take it down. I wish that I could replace lanes on this. Like, I wish I could, what I would rather do, like when you add like street trees, you take away parking. I really think that when you add street trees, it should take away a drive lane, not parking. That seems much more in line with my expectations. But I'll overbuild this even though I know it's wrong. Road Builder, not in the mod set. I wanted to keep it super simple, maybe to a fault. And that's kind of a nod to like everything that I'm doing right now. Like you image overlay, you mean that's a mod, but everything else I'm doing is mostly vanilla. You could do it with dev mode, but it would just be a lot less fun. Road Builder is a good one. It is. You want lanes more than parking? Give us the option for both? Yes, I agree. I think, so personally, a big wish list thing for me, like I know how difficult it would be to have Road Builder in the vanilla game. Also, Road Builder should be in the vanilla game. I feel like it's just, it harnesses what the game is good at. Riri, by the way, good to see you, buddy. The modularity of it, it's just so good. Let's do more of that. I mentioned that in my video, like talking about like how it's just like the bridge, the concept of the way the bridges are put together. And I will 1000% say that was not my idea. I talked to a lot of people, and I never know if I can share the conversations, but I know I can share the ideas. But I feel like that one would be so good, like being able to have a modular shell and just add whatever you want in. And with the roads too, like being able to have even just a real basic menu and say, this is a medium road, this is the design I want, boom, plop it. And now this is in my palette of roads for this city, and I can just like continue to pull from that palette if I want to. So this road essentially becomes a highway, and I'm trying to figure out where that is. And it might be right here, but that would take away from my ability to zone on it. And you can kind of see like there's a bunch of stuff on here. So the dam's right here, this road, and then they get the diagonal. I think I'm going to convert it to be 1 lane, or 2 lanes rather, right here. And I can't fully make it highway, unfortunately. Did the developer of the new city builder with procedural objects ever reach out to you? No. No. I reached out to them. Oh, wait. Are you talking about the city builder, or are you talking about junctions? You're talking about junctions. I did speak with the developer actually before Hooded Horse. Before they signed with Hooded Horse. If you're talking about the city state developer, I had a correspondence with them a million years ago at this point about City State 2. But at the time, I was still the transportation planner for the city of Madison, and it's one of those things where like I really wanted to make a video and I just didn't have time, and I haven't talked with him since. I did shoot out an email saying, hey man, if you want me to take a look at this game on the channel, I'm not only like super interested, I'm super eager. Like I would do whatever it takes to have the opportunity to take a look at it. So I've thrown the feeler out there. I don't want to do any more than that. I don't want to pester them. So if they want me to take a look at it, I will. If they want me to look at it with the general public, I will do that as well. The city builder I was talking about, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I know I emailed for sure. I did, but no response, which is fine. We'll see what happens. You always get inspired by my builds, then open up your game and proceed to build absolute garbage. Listen, I build absolute garbage most of the time. I confidently build garbage. The trick is to stick with it. But I am not. I've said this on like a million occasions. I don't think I'm a very good builder. I'm fine. There are so many excellent builders in the community, though. And you would probably be surprised at what a good builder you are. So yeah. This is probably a real dumb idea. How dumb of an idea is it to, I don't really want a coal power plant. Let's just say I were to build a battery backup here and import the power at the battery backup and store whatever we get from these 2 crappy dams. Is that a bad idea? The secret is to love your garbage? Exactly. Yeah, I completely agree, Poplar. You're inspired the most by Imperator? Yeah, same. I love Imperator. $2.20 and Imperator, I think, are the 2 most talented builders in the community. And it could be easy to be discouraged when you look at stuff like that. You got to remember, it's a function of the amount of time, and some people are just like naturally very artistic. And I feel like this game is as much science as art. So yeah, Q, good to see you, buddy. Medora, I haven't seen what you built. I'm doing it, guys, by the way. I'm doing it. I've got to try it. I've got to try it. I know you guys are probably like, what is he doing? And maybe it's dumb, but we're going a little wild here. So hidden. I'm gonna hide this as well. We'll follow Water Street. And I'll tuck it underneath the road because I'm a maniac. And then I want to link this up with the other power plant as well. And then this links up to our outside connection over there, and I'm going to have one more over here. So, okay. So now the real question is this thing filling? Plus 24. It is charging. This is probably my dumbest idea. I can't tell if it's working or not. I think it is. That's terrible. The that's terrible with the smiley. I see you got me. Xander, thank you for the 5 gifted subs 26 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I got in the zone. I'm sorry. Boyd, thank you so much for the biddies. You tried to create cities based on Battletech universe, but CS2 at launch defeated you. I'm sorry. Hopefully now you can. Once the assets are in the game, yeah. Paradox is public, like many other companies. Execs and devs are not steering product decisions. You've seen this often as a dev lead. Yeah, well, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I could feel that. Anecdotally, from the, like, not personal experience, but I've seen this happen at other companies that I've had friends work at, where just like bizarro decisions are made because the people making the decisions are completely disconnected from from the people actually doing the work. Oh, this is probably really dumb. Not gonna do it. Don't need to do it. We're losing lots of money. Okay. This is the amount of energy 6 households in Germany uses on average. Don't worry about that. We're producing 1 kilowatt here. Whoa! Guys! This one's working. It doesn't have employees, but it's making power. The water depth is a big problem, but that's working. Okay. Cheers, guys. PG. What's going on? Kilowatt, though. Don't worry about that. We got some. All right. Oh, shoot. I lost all my alleyways. We were so diligent about adding those. Well, I want to build a few neighborhoods at a bare minimum. And then I'm going to poll you guys about whether or not you want to see this thing again. Or if I should just build it on my own. If you guys are like, this is super boring and it's dumb, that's okay. We can go back to Lost Mulligans on the next stream. But I'm definitely having fun with it. It's been an interesting one for me. You would love to see it, Icy? I'll poll you guys. I'll poll YouTube and I'll poll YouTube and Twitch. But first, all right, these are our initial blocks. Magnolia Street. It's a thing of beauty. You're facing the wrong streets. I think for my own sanity, I've got to bring art, the zoning mod, into this because I'm going to go crazy. And I might actually do that right now. Like I might actually restart because I hate this so much. I think it's a good vibe for Twitch streams. It's easy to do this. Here's okay. I am gonna exit and add that mod, and then we'll do it. Please make this easier. Do it. Manual making them zoning is the right decision. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's so hard without art. So as much as I wanted to, like, I have a whole bunch of stuff that I just turned off. I basically started with, can't remember which mod set I started with. It looks like Segunda Beach Plus. Fart. Amazing. What is the actual name of it? What is the actual name of it, guys? Yeah, it's not fart. Vanilla zoning toggle after bikes. It's not even, they didn't even talk about it. I don't know that we've asked them. I kind of want this one too. Art the Clown. Advanced road tools. Oh yeah. It's game breaking. That was 2 months ago. Any updates? I think this one was working. Wait a minute. It was already in my playset? Well, now I feel dumb. Yeah, it was working in Magnolia County. So I'm a little confused by that. Hey, CPB, just messaging to say thanks for so much for the amazing work you do. Huge inspiration and push you to create content. Well, keep it up. Creating content's a lot of fun. And just enjoy the process. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm 1,000% positive I worked on this. I worked with this. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of Icy saying this is terrible. I'm gonna pull you guys real quick. Do you want to see Merrill again? Yes or no? I'm gonna pull YouTube first. Do you want to see Merrill again? Okay, there's one for you guys. I'm gonna give 3 minutes on Twitch. Twitch, of course, you can skew things and cheat and be a bad person. YouTube doesn't have that option. YouTube has a leaderboard now, though, which I don't understand. Like, I don't know where this came from, and I don't know why it's going on, and I can't even view it. So it's super cool. I can. But it cuts off the names. That's awesome. That's awesome. Steve, I know you're number 2. And 100, I know you're number 1. You don't know what the XP is for. I probably need to configure something. I don't know what I'm doing. No one is voting no. Oh my goodness, 80 votes for yes. It's much more definitive on Twitch than YouTube. You're quite annoyed about the farming texture changing. You posted before in the middle of the channel Discord. Wait. It changed? The farming texture changed? We'll build a farm. I'll build a farm. There's art. Dang it. We had this the entire time and I wasn't using it. Hold on. Well, now we can go ham. Because I basically know that this entire street shouldn't have zoning. And then we'll just extend the alleys through. These should also not have zoning. That is a thing of beauty, and I wonder. I'm just gonna steal this node. Q, I'll do some ugly things to move it. Forgive me. Yeah, Merrill's the city we're working on. Yeah, I should have been clear about that. Do you want to see Merrill again? As in, I don't ask. I'm not wondering if you want to go and visit the town. I don't think that you should. I'm saying, if you want me to build this ever again on stream, or if you just want me to go back to Los Mulligans, this is not a huge project. So this is something that probably would be like, I don't know. We work on it for a while, but I don't think it's more than like 6 or 7 streams. And then we probably fill the whole thing in then. And then we have a stream where we make it better. Twitch says yes. 86% yes. YouTube says 88% yes. And I end the poll. So these yes. We'll do it again. Okay. So now I want to see. I missed one. I missed one. This is why it's so important, I think, because I don't know why it's breaking. I don't know if it's the mod. This is why it's so important that we get some of this functionality in the vanilla game. Okay, so a couple more things. So along here, there's a Walgreens right here. I don't know that I have anything perfect, but I'm going to do the commercial from the Southwestern pack and try to get one asset. I wonder, this is 5. There's a mod. There's a mod that I have in the Magnolia County playset. Detailed descriptions. All it does is tell you the size of the assets. It's a cheat sheet. I should have had it in here. Any CS2 news for consoles? No, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to hear anything about consoles until bridges and ports and asset support is until they can say more about that. We're not going to hear a darn thing about consoles. Honestly, it kind of makes sense, and they probably shouldn't say any more about it at this point. They just need to get something done with something else, and then once that's done, then they can talk about console again. Although I know that's probably the most disappointing thing to hear, but I genuinely feel that way. Great mod. It really is. That the mod that just says the sizing. It really super helpful. Console 2027. I've said that I firmly believe that console support is going to come once asset support comes. I think it's right behind it. I don't think it makes sense to release the console version with the assets not being right, because from my understanding, all the assets have to be re-imported. You know, like all the assets, like if it's like a serialization, like this, the asset issue, they basically have to go back to the drawing board and start over. So why would you do that? I put this in the wrong block, dang it. Why would you do that? Basically, why? What would be the incentive to have that happen, like on console right after releasing it, like a major update like that? It's going to be much more of a pain in the butt, and certification on console sucks. Anyone who's developed for console knows that console certification is not fun. So I would, yeah, I would kind of imagine that once that's out of the way, then maybe. Then again, might be too hot a topic to not shadow drop console at this point. You know, my thoughts with console. A lot of people have said, you know, I think they're waiting for the PS6. I don't think that the player base. So I kind of wonder. Sure, maybe you're right, but also maybe we got this thing right here. Like, if they make it work for the Series S, I think that this is about as powerful as the Series S. You could play City Skylines 2 on here if you get it running on the Series S. So maybe there are compromises that can be made to make that happen. And if you could, I think that the Switch 2 is going to have a much bigger player count than PS4 or PS5 or 6 will ever have. So, yeah. How big is my small town? About 10,000 people. It's not very big. Not very big at all. I was hoping that I could grab this mansion right here. We have to have a population of 20,000 to get this. What are you doing? If I move you, can I fix it? Also, I swear I meant to use anyway, Southwest. So we'll evict everyone in the community and go back to the drawing board. I also think we're supposed to have alleys here. Yeah, even so, this is the block that I'm focused on right now. I'll turn it the right way. So there's the Walgreens. I don't have anything that's that big, but I could draw parking around one asset, I suppose. And this is the Hardee's and the Chips. And then this is an old mansion, and then it's residential behind. And there is an alley. It looks like it's maybe paved here, and then it turns gravel again. And the other thing, I'm kind of curious. I think I'm missing a block right here. No, it's not. It is a wider block. So 2 blocks that are the same width, and then one's like a double block. That's what we're seeing right here. It's very, very strange. No parking. Listen, this place barely has transit. If I'm being 1,000% with you, like we're gonna give it proper transit, but it barely has it. So if you don't add parking to these places, nobody gets there. As much as that is terrible. So I'm gonna do something like this. And then I'm gonna do something terrible. We're respecting the topography by making our own. That felt bad. That felt real bad. And in real life, it does that. See, they had to bring it up. They had to bring it up to the Walgreens level. So that makes me feel confident about the map too. That's awesome. Am I up early or late? Both. Both. I need to go to bed soon. But I also stay up later than I should. There should be 100 parking spots for every person who lives here. Fact. That's the way. I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you're getting it now. Also, we have to have a lot of different ways in. So we're gonna make sure that there's a plethora of ways to jump in here. There's one. There's another, and I think that this is an absolutely horrendous location, considering I'm just gonna do this just for my own sanity. This actually does something like this. Oh, we're anarchying there for sure. Oh, that is brutal. Just brutal. Oh, I'm going to break the game. I'm going to break the game. I'm going to just, oh man. The city needs a planner. The city doesn't have a planner. That's the kind of funny thing. It's probably why I had no idea that planning was a thing. I grew up in a city without a planner. Cities of this size often don't have them though, and if they do, it's a real luxury. You have to have sustained growth, I think, to be able to really justify it to a lot of people. Even though a planner is beneficial even when things aren't growing, because things are always changing. And there are just like things that could happen to make your city better, but it's a tough one. Oh, come on. Work with me, game. We can have a good time or we can do this. Okay. So I'm gonna play with fire a little bit here. So I'm gonna put one lane going here. I need to unlock advanced road services because I want to control some stuff here. So no rights. I'm gonna break things. Okay, there it is. This one, same treatment, but in this direction. Okay. And then I better move it to clean it up. Woo! It's beautiful. This is a... I don't know if it's beautiful. Oh, it's getting more beautiful though. By the second. This taxi agrees. It's a thing of beauty. Yeah, the Wii Shop sound. I need to have that on you know what I'm gonna do? I have smart pads. I'll add it to that. I think right now all I have is cats walking on there. The trees belong there. This is a city that's basically built in the woods. So sure. Oh my goodness. Okay. Step away. I'm gonna step away. We're not gonna let perfect be the enemy of good here. This is just fine. Okay. Oh, it's not fine. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna step into the crazy zone for a minute here and do a bunch of things that are very dangerous. I need to get rid of that shadow. Okay. It is Tree City, USA. Or Park City, and it's a tree city. You know what? I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop going crazy. This, I have a stop sign. Now people will want to go this way. I wish that I could add a stop sign on this road because that's what actually is here. So you could get that free movement all the way through, but I don't have traffic in here. I don't know that I want to add it. Maybe I'll leave that to you guys. You can't cross anywhere. There. No. Oh, that one's actually a yes. And no signal. Oh, that is a beautiful monstrosity. That is exactly how it should be. Needs more crosswalks? I agree. I missed a tree. What tree did I miss? You could be messing with me, and I'm just like, I'm going to go with it. At this point, I feel like I probably did miss a tree. Anyway, not going to worry about it. Can we get a little cats walking? I'll give you cats walking on the outro today. We'll do it. When we head out, we can do it. Oh, this is the one I'm looking for. So I think I should go to bed soon, like a reasonable human being. However, I'm also very motivated to get the Walgreens here. I really want this to be a 6x6, and it won't be. Dang it. So the 6x6 will spawn a grocery store for the Southwestern. So I'm gonna try some things. Okay, so that is... Gotta be kidding. 5x5. Oh, I could use Find It, but I don't have Plop the Growables, and I'm not going to add it because I'm going to be a good boy and I'm going to zone. Like a reasonable. That's the way that it was always intended to be. We're gonna do it that way. I'm also a masochist, and I love pain, and we're gonna go for it. So let's see. There's 6. Oh. Okay. This is solvable. I don't know if this works. I don't think it does. It's not working since the last update. Give me my zoning tile. There it is. We got it. So now, there we go. 6x6. That's going to be a grocery store. Oh my goodness. It's terrible. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, I wonder if I can use it through Anarchy like this. It's a ramen shop. It would kill me. that would literally kill me. I would rage quit. There's only so much I have in me. It works through anarchy still. Okay. Okay. It's not the perfect solution, but at least we've got one. Okay, remember, guys, how I said this would take like 5-6 streams and I'd be done? I just spent like 10 minutes working on a Walgreens, and I don't even know it's spawned yet. Those walls are nice, actually. Yeah, it turned out a lot better than I thought it was going to. And let's see. Couple bushes and a whole bunch of grass. This will be our landscaping and detailing today. This is about all I got. This is about all I got. Hello, Zach. Hello. Thank you for being here. Walgreens Ramen Factory. You guys are looking to see me cry. Keep the trees in the road for extra challenge. Yeah, it's like an obstacle course. I'm into it. We're gonna have to find a really nice asset for the courthouse. I didn't even realize that this is a hill. It's interesting. The things you notice when you're building on this, like in the game, like in the real world, maybe there is a slight hill there. I don't know. Maybe this roundabout is dropping lower than it should. I'm gonna say it's that. That's better. That's how we can fix this. There, that's perfect. And now now the obstacle course looks extra nice. After Walgreens gets in, oh, the cemetery. Hold on. So this is right here. So it's where the road turns down. So I think it's right here. I probably should place this as well. Where it's going to be super negative. My goodness. You look at the size of a real cemetery. And this is like... It's funny. I always think that this asset's so big. But like in comparison, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of these. That's wild. Facing the road. Good morning from Germany. Hello from Brisbane. Happy Friday. Yes, happy Friday. I am building my hometown. This is the city that I grew up in. It's Merrill, Wisconsin. I've always wanted to build it. That's why I got into city builders. One of the things that interested me anyway in city builders. So I thought it'd be fun to build, and with the mods being what they were, we decided to go for it. And then I ended up getting the Stream City working, but still building this anyway. I've been building this map in my spare time, just kind of having fun with it. And I have had an absolute, I will be honest with you guys and say that this has been one of the most fun things for me personally that we've done on stream in a while. It's really fun. We've had a lot of fun conversations. I feel like it's been fun putting this together. Looks really cool. It's going to continue getting better. I think maybe as time goes on, maybe we'll dabble in and add a couple of mods and focus on special places, and we'll see. But it feels good. I'm enjoying it. YouTube chat should be on the screen in your opinion. I agree. It does violate Twitch rules as well. It's the only reason why it's not. The chat that I have, the overlay allows it. All I have to do is push a button and YouTube shows up there. But I like being in Twitch's good graces as well. Yeah, I've had a couple of rants. We've had some good times. You had a blast watching tonight, Steve? I appreciate that. Paralyze is coming? What are you talking about? Did it get a release date? It did. December 8th. I don't know when it got the release date. That's cool though. There's a lot to look forward to at the end of the year. That is very cool. I'm looking forward to that. That's one that I'm looking forward to. There's one more thing I've got to do. There's one more thing I really want to do. And I know I keep saying that, but this one I actually really, really want to take on. I just want to see it. So I need the right overlay. I think it might be this one. No, it doesn't show me the paths. I'm gonna have to freehand this one. So basically, we've got these new excellent piers, and we've got this area right here where it's the Rails to Trails project, and we built a little bit of this. So what I think I want to build is I'll build this parking area, which I believe is the trailhead to this project. We'll run this underneath. And it's funny, I had this as a road. You could tell it's actually a path. So then I'll run this along here, and I just want to try the new piers right here. And then we'll just run it up to here. There's that road. I'll draw that road in. So it's a small project. So I need this road right here. My streams are the perfect compliment to get your toddler to sleep. That is a compliment, but also, you know what? I know a lot of people who watch my videos and it lulls them. Let's see your videos keeps your cat from shredding things because she's bored. Brandon, that is actually kind of dope. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. That's cool. Oh, wow. I never noticed this here. There's a skate park, and I drew this in. I didn't know that there's a bridge there. So that's super terrible. Like, as far as a safety location, like, can you imagine if you're coming up this way and you're making a left? Oh, I guess it's not so bad. It doesn't, well, it's not great. If you were making a left right here, you're coming into this traffic that really kind of has maybe I don't know if they can see you all that well. A lot of capacity for no reason. Okay. Morning from the UK. Mark plays games. Hey, Steve, if you're heading out, have a good night. Good to see you. I owe you an email, by the way. I'll get to that. It's been a very busy week. with the competition and between the competition and the kids. Whew, I don't think I really thought that one through. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. This is the last week of school for my kids. So like today I was home with them all day. I don't know if this is, it seems like it's way too, whoa. Feels like maybe I've added too many curves here. Oh, it goes into a factory. That's the shoe factory I talked about earlier. It is too curvy. It's also not terribly far off. I'm just gonna straighten it up for now. We're gonna have to build some an industrial here in the future anyway, so I'll just leave it. Kind of a little question, but does Merrill suffer from the problems of a dying small American town? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I think that it's one of those places that, without a doubt, yeah, it's a place that you know, when I was showing it earlier, there's a lot of manufacturing, but in that manufacturing, there's not a lot of jobs anymore. So it's the kind of place that didn't lose 100% of its manufacturing, but it didn't matter because it was automated. So like, growing up, what am I doing? Hold on. Growing up, my grandpa worked at, he worked right here, this factory, Merrill Manufacturing. And I feel like, or is it right here? Hold on. It's right here. So I remember as a kid, this place being like just completely filled to the brim with cars. My grandpa was actually the union president for the union that operated out of here, and you can see it's just a shell of what it used to be. Hundreds of people. My grandpa's whole career was spent here. You know, my dad for a while worked at the shoe factory. I had an uncle who worked making windows over here. I believe it's either here or here, one of the two. So everyone worked at these places, and they all, you know, are either not at all what they used to be in terms of employment, or significantly smaller, or the pay hasn't kept up. So yeah, Merrill's a city that suffers from the exact same problems that a lot of the cities that have dealt with these sorts of issues have, you know, drugs and poverty and different things like that. It sucks. I mean, I don't really know that there's I feel like it is within close proximity to a place that is not suffered the exact same fate, because it was big enough to kind of not do that. And a lot of people fled this place, which makes it's a cycle of that's self-perpetuating, you know, and it gets worse and worse and worse. It's turning around, but it takes a long time, and it's super sad to see those places become what they are. Given how long it took to work through advanced automation displaces a lot of blue-collar middle class. Now AI is going to do the same with the middle class. I've thought a lot about that. The thing that keeps me up at night. So Madison Madison is that white collar city, you know, like there's a lot of white collar jobs here, biotech. Um, you know, during the pandemic, one of the things that, you know, I know that there were biotech firms that were heavily investing in like they were getting money for COVID to do COVID testing. And at the same time, they were using that money to buy advanced automation services, you know? So, ooh, that's new. Crime scene. So yeah, they have all these new automated robots that are able to do things that people used to do. And they had to move fast, and now they have that. And then you layer on AI on top of that, and, you know, lots of things that are going to be... lots of pretty negative things that are going to go down. I hope that there are replacements out there. That's my big fear, is that, yeah. Yes. Yes, I do. And yes, Brad, I do call up messages. The music has stopped. You're right, it has. Don't know why. Yeah. In the competition, the big holdup for anyone wondering, it's me. I promise. I'm gonna leave an announcement tomorrow, but basically, my goal is to have my review done this weekend, and then the video is gonna come out. It'll be the second video of the week next week. And there's a chance that we have 3 videos next week. Not a great chance, but there's a chance. So okay. We'll pretend that this is Walgreens. And it's a bookstore. We'll get rid of that. Don't worry about that. Now it's not a bookstore. Now it's just a Walgreens. This has a lot of problems. It needs some work. But we made some good progress. It's bleeding money, but it's easy mode. We can figure it out. I think I'm going to save it. At least not sushi. Yes. I have, hold on. One more thing. I said I was going to do this. We never did it. That's fine. I think I need to stop. I do want to place this though. We've got a crime problem. And the jail in this city is just terrible. So this is City Hall. This is the Sheriff's Department. And this is the City Police Department, and that's the county jail. It's all, or maybe this is, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe the City Police Department's in this building, and this is the sheriff, and then they put this gigantic jail. We'll have a much friendlier police department right here. As far as they go. And the unfortunate thing is I don't know what to do with all this other space, short of loaded up with parking. And the parking's not really going to be a part of this. I know the solution. I'm going to put the police department right here. Okay, police right here. This looks like a jail. We'll put that right here. Perfect. It's an approximation. And we get lots of traffic. There we go. Infra. Good to see you in here, buddy. Hopefully you're doing well. Police on the collector? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it either. I'm worried about the building, the direction it's facing. So yeah, I think ideally, this isn't even a collector, this is an arterial. Ideally, the opening would be on Dale Street right here. Let's see. But even in the real world, this is not good design. But we've got access right here, right here, right here. This isn't actually a real street. It's like a private street, but publicly owned with access all over the place. And then like if this were built in Madison, like this would never fly. Like no, there was no way this would happen. The planners would stop it. But it's not all that far off from what we're doing. In fact, we should probably be taking more access from the main drag. We should be doing some bad things. Yeah, it's not good. Like that to me, when I think about communities not having a planner, like that's the kind of stuff that happens. Where it's just like everyone asked for their own access. Like this right here is the public facing parking lot. They need access there. We should have this road. We'll give access there. This is the employee parking. Well, we've got 2 lanes. Got to have access for both of those. Here's some staff parking. Got to give them access. And then here we've got to be able to drive all the way through. Clearly, we can't exit into the roundabout, so that's got to be right back here. And the engineer would say, this is, we can't go any closer to the roundabout because then it's unsafe. So we bring it back to here, and there's already a crosswalk here, so we can't be here. It's a mess. Like I will admit that this is a mess. Yeah, not great. Not great. What probably should have happened is when they were redesigning the building, they should have thought about bringing this all the way back and not adding another access here. But you must not have a planner where you live either. You built the bypass 20 years ago because the main drag had too much local access. Now the bypass has a ton of businesses. That is a tale as old as time. That exact same thing happened where I went to high school in Rhinelander. This road right here is a bypass that got built, and you could start to see things being built on it. You build a bypass, and all of these businesses have they have criteria and metrics that they need to hit. So like a super dumb one, a big box retail store must be within a mile of an interstate. Doesn't matter if it's actually an interstate. And a real world example. When I was at WISDOT, one of the reasons why Interstate 41, why it was such a priority to become an interstate, because it wasn't always an interstate. It was just a state highway, or a U.S. highway, rather. One of the reasons why it was such a priority to turn into an interstate is there were certain businesses that would not locate in this area unless it were an interstate. And that's just like, it's one of the criteria. Another criteria is AADT. So they want to know the traffic volume is going to be high enough. So they're going down a checklist. Must have a traffic volume of, that's 65,000 vehicles per day. Must have interstate access within 1 mile. They must be able to have X number of parking stalls. And if it meets the criteria, Target's willing to locate there. Best Buy's willing to locate there, or Cabela's is willing to locate there, whatever it is. So that ends up meaning a lot, and it's like that with all of these. So yeah, data drives everything. So it ends up not being even if it doesn't seem rational, it ends up being if you don't have the right data, it doesn't work. So, especially in these small towns, they'll do it like, you know, they'll add that bypass, and then the only place that can actually support that business moving there based on their criteria is the bypass. So like, that's how you end up with this bypass. The purpose of it meaning to get people, all this regional traffic not driving through town, and then a new business opening up right on the bypass. Boom. Brand new building. Major employer. Right in the bypass. Happens. It is very late for me. You guys asked if it was late or early. Now it's late. So, you got to get some sleep, McFuddlebutt. I do as well. I'm going to save and then we're going to raid. But I promised Steve, who's now gone, that I'd play Cats Walking. I will publish this if you guys are interested. Just so you guys know, there are no resources on this map. Wasn't a priority to add them. I will add them down the line. If you want to take a look at it, I will let you do so. And again, I'll pretty it up tomorrow. Ooh, that's new. That is new. Telling me my DLC requirements. That's cool. And there you go. You need to go to bed too, Banglorious? You didn't realize what time it is? I didn't either. This time has flown. This has been a lot of fun. This has been a lot of fun for me. That was in the patch notes, yeah. I saw that it was in there. I don't think I fully comprehended what it meant. That's a good one. That is a good one. Really love the thoughtful conversation. Listen, I appreciate it. I apologize. I feel like I get lost in the sauce sometimes and I start ranting, and I don't mean to do that. It's just who I am. I'm sorry. Thanks for the stream. Thank you guys for being here. Can we get hearts to YouTube before we raid somebody? We can't, Gio. I gotta sleep. I gotta review a ton of submissions. Stream was fun. Thank you, Poplar. I thank you for being here, buddy. No apologies. I feel like I should be more interactive sometimes. Sometimes I just get like a very, very stuck, like into it. Although, out of all the streams, I feel like we actually accomplished a lot today. We basically drew in half of a city and 2 power plants and lost a bunch of money. So we're good. I'm gonna have a blast. So I've already looked at some, and of the ones that I've looked at, a couple dozen. God, people are so damn talented. Like, to the point that it makes me go, what am I doing? Like, you guys should be making videos. It's so good, so good. So I'm looking forward to showcasing some of them, and there's a lot that's really special. It's really, really impressive. So anyway, all right, I'm gonna disconnect YouTube. Twitch, stay here. 319 of us. YouTube, thank you. Absolute privilege to be able to bring these streams to you. Appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with me as we just started a new project. So good. Had so much fun. Teddy, I have seen your submission. I did see yours. That's all I'm gonna say. I've seen yours in a couple spots. See ya, YouTube. Stick around Twitch. Blurry face, yeah. You can have the blurry hand. See ya, YouTube. And for anyone still here on Twitch, I apologize for ending